Foundational dog. Why every dance all night? Still up in the fight for. Which one are you? Foundational dog. Which one are you? Foundation of dog. Why every dance all night? Strong to fight for. Which one are you? Foundation of dog. Which one are you? Foundational dog. fight for.
Hello and welcome to Polygon's Tier Pressure 2024. We are going to be doing a series of sci-fi themed tier lists today. We did this a couple of years ago. It was a mishmash of all kinds of things, but this time we are focused. We are ready to rank the things that we know about sci-fi. This is going to be very fun. Patches is here. Matt Patches is here to do a tier list. Me and Clayton are going to do one. Tara, Tina are both going to do one, and then we have some special guests as well. Pat's doing one as a little intermission, and some other Polygon folks will be joining us. At the very end of the stream, make sure you stay tuned because we are going to be ranking. I literally, this is why I'm doing this intro, and I forgot what it is we're ranking at the very end.
That's very special. Sci-fi.
Oh yeah, top 10 sci-fi. We're doing a top 10 sci-fi tier list, and you definitely don't want to miss that.
It's going to get contentious.
Yeah, and it was already contentious when we were ranking the numbers. Chat, you helped us rank, letters, ranking the sci-fi letters that we did just before this stream. A lot of J haters out there. A lot of Z lovers sent Z straight to heaven.
Yeah, Z
which
is
I thought
ascended.
was a beautiful thing. Housekeeping also, hey, if you're enjoying watching this, share it on social media so other people can watch it too.
Yeah,
and without further ado,
we'll be here a while.
Yeah, we're going to be here for literally ever. It's Friday afternoon. Let's get going.
We'll have Friday afternoon energy.
Hell yeah.
Let's rank.
Matt Patches,
Is it
what are
my
you
turn?
ranking?
Yeah, you can even give yourself a little setup. What's the deal with your?
I hope I get a little setup. I'm taking the stage here. When you guys invite me to a stream, I'm kind of going all out. I put extensive research into my category, which is sci-fi threequels. Now, Clayton, before the stream, you were asking me why I didn't just say trilogies, because we're not talking about trilogies here. Some of these movies that I'm going to be talking about are going to be trilogy cappers, I guess you could say. But I wanted to look, Dune, it was kind of our inspiration for the stream, and Dune 2, I don't know if people have seen it, but kind of ready for Dune 3. I don't know.
Literally,
so I'm starting the hype for Dune 3.
Dune 2 wasn't even over, and I was like, I need
Dune
3
So
now.
I wanted to look back at the movie threequels, and I gotta say, in my extensive research, not a lot of S tier. Well, this is going to be a big debate. I think the third movie is pretty hard to get right.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
But just to set it up for the pedants in the audience, really tried to avoid true horror, just fantasy, general superhero movies, animal kaiju attack movies, techno thrillers, anything that was like blurring line, trying to stay in the sci-fi category for my own sanity, which you will see still covers too many movies to put on the board, but we'll get there.
Suspicious of what you're bringing to
so
the
you won't
table.
see Evangelion, the Tetsuo movies, the Kingsman spy franchise, all of these movies. Don't expect them in this list, but I want to start somewhere important, which is Star Wars. I think we have to
Easy
start.
Easy place to start.
At the top, and I know a lot of people are going to have feelings about Star Wars. This first movie, I even struggled to figure out where it should be on the list because it was a childhood favorite. I think as I matured, didn't really care for it. It diminished in value. But I'm going to say Return of the Jedi is actually an S tier movie. Even though, Empire Strikes Back and the original Star Wars would probably, I'm going to leave myself room here, but I think Return of the
You
Jedi.
fucking love those Ewoks,
Chat,
right?
we do not have time to get into the Star Wars fantasy or sci-fi. we just have to move on.
That's not why we're here today.
I think that Star Wars, I'm just going to sidebar here, it is more fantasy in the beginning, but I think it's proven to be through midichlorians and clones and General Grievous's human or alien heart, as we were talking about before. It is, I think there's science fiction enough there to put on the board. Let me just go through Star Wars. Let's get them all out of the way here. This is another biggie, like Revenge of the Sith. Now, that was like a core movie for an audience of a certain, probably closer to our, like, look, I look back and love Star Wars, but when the prequels came out, that was a moment. Do you care about the Star Wars prequel films, Simone?
I
don't know where you're
did,
coming
because
on
when
this.
they came out, that was, like you said, it was a huge deal for me. I have no memory of if I saw this movie.
Revenge of the Sith, I don't know if you should see it, because I think it's been overinflated to be like really good, but it's actually totally B tier.
It doesn't have pod racing in it, and so I don't think I give a
interesting.
shit.
It doesn't have...
So wait, one thing. This
please.
this is a ranking against other threequels or against
The way I'm
movies
thinking
in
about it
general?
is this a good, third installment? Is it building up to this installment? Is it paying things off? To your point, is it ending a trilogy?
That's why
or is it just another movie? And if it's just another movie, is it a fun adventure? Like, why is there a third movie?
When you put it that way, flip them.
Whoa! You're saying
no,
Return
no,
of the Jedi
bullshit,
down,
bullshit,
Yeah.
Revenge of the Sith up
Liar.
is the culmination of the Anakin
No,
Skywalker story
silence
for you.
him.
Yeah. No, that,
Pat,
I think,
turn his
I
mic
think
down.
maybe they're both A, but that's we're getting into my opinions
Return
here.
of the
And
Jedi.
I think this works. It works.
Return of the Jedi, you get to see the Death Star explode, and
Yeah.
like
And
The
you get
second
Vader
Death Star,
redeems
because they just
himself.
copied the thing from the first one.
Well, here's something we can all agree on: the last third Star Wars movie.
Now, not going to hear
Return
a
of
disagreement from me here.
Rise
I think
of
you could, like,
Skywalker.
put that off the board. Maybe.
This is an
Send it down to
abomination.
hell with the
Yeah.
letter
This
J.
is are there lower categories? I'm happy to go there because this one ain't it. Talking
D
about
is
like,
generous.
can you bring it home? It didn't bring it home.
I saw that with people who are like, I don't really, I'm here to just have fun. I don't want to think critically about it. And I was like, I appreciate that viewpoint. I fucking wish that I had fun in that movie.
I wanted to have fun, but you know what? The silver lining of Rise of Skywalker is that I saw it, December 2019, and it really made me miserable. And you know what? It set up it prepared me for 2020. I can say that about the movie.
An ill omen.
It was that bad. I'm gonna jump to just other like mega franchises here.
Sure.
Jurassic Park got a few, multiple third movies, believe it or not.
yeah.
And I don't know if either of you have affinity for Jurassic Park 3, but
I need to revisit.
I don't. It's just another movie got farted out, and there's plenty of like Taco Bell cups related to it. But I'm gonna put it. I still think it's like well crafted when
Are
I
you
consider.
intentionally putting it slightly off canter from the other B, or is that?
It's a little lower on the
Okay,
B.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I can see that. I'm also struggling to pin things to the board.
That's
but,
totally understandable.
I will say, in contrast to the other third Jurassic World, the Jurassic World Dominion. Now, did you guys see this movie?
Parts of
Absolutely
it.
not.
I know that you did not care for The Rise of Skywalker, which was almost directed by Colin Trevorrow, but he wound up making this movie instead, and I will just be dropping this off the board. This has no place in the conversation. It is the ultimate quap of like stumbling across the finish line of a franchise. I
Also
really
kind of controlled by like separate people. There's like a good
It's a
extra
dinosaur
metaphor
movie
there,
about
like-
locusts. It's a Jurassic.
What?
It's about locusts. Credit to I guess being like a Michael Crichton vibe, but like no,
no.
dinosaurs.
I don't care for that.
Yeah.
And we
Less
shouldn't
said,
even
the
be
better.
killing dinosaurs anyway. So like, I have a huge issue with the ethical core of the Jurassic Park franchise.
Now,
They're
Clayton,
our friends.
before the stream, I was also talking to you about Star Trek,
A little bit, yeah.
and you were wondering why I would be bringing multiple Star Trek films to the table in my threequels. But I'm going to say there's three. There's three Star Trek threequels that belong
I
on the
don't
board
disagree.
here, and we have to go with the original series movies. We have to go with the Next Generation movies, and we got to look at the Abrams verse, the Kelvin verse, as they say. Are you struggling? Are you feeling pain?
Yeah.
Simone is dying.
It'll be okay.
I'll get these on the board. I'm going quick. Search for Spock. Simone, have you seen this? The one
I
they look
haven't
for Spock
seen it.
around?
Is that the one where?
No. It is. I mean, it's the one where they look for Spock.
I know
don't know.
absolutely.
But look at what they're wearing. This is the
Original-
movie.
That's hot.
They're just
Original series
But not for
would be your
Star
jam.
Trek.
Original series would absolutely be your jam. The costuming, the acting.
Oh, I see that this was
The
supposed to be a
jackets here.
the
For some
costumes
reason-
are supposed to be a negative, but they look really good.
So I only recently got around to this one, and I gotta say, it's so weird to me how much of a sequel it is to Khan. Like, picks up right off
gotta
the
find
bat.
Spock now.
They gotta find
because
Spock.
of
But why isn't that fun?
thing?
It should be a lot more fun finding Spock.
It is weird, and
Jet
it does
around.
feel a little bit more
Stop
like
wearing leather coats.
it's a long
Go
episode.
to space. On that point, Star Trek.
Hold on,
please.
Christopher Lloyd.
Christopher
Christopher
search for
Lloyd.
Spock.
We'll get to Christopher Lloyd. And Christopher Lloyd's going to have a better representation.
Okay, fine.
On,
Okay,
on the
okay.
sci-fi three.
you're the expert.
I'm glad
He was a fantastic Klingon.
I'm glad. I'm,
though.
I'm
You gotta
glad
give
he
him credit
got.
for
You know
that.
what? Christopher Plummer though was the better Klingon,
Back
thespian in
before we
Klingon
had
makeup.
Chris
And we
Pine
get him
and
later in the
Chris
different
series.
Evans,
kinds of
we had
Klingons.
Plummer and Lloyd.
That's a general kind of Klingon, like as in a warrior general versus a pirate.
We can do better with
But
Lloyd.
anyway.
We will get there, and
Sidebar.
I will give my Back to the Future hot take in a second here. Let me finish
That was
Star
our
Trek,
Chris
which
bar.
is for some reason whenever Star Trek reaches a third installment, like Star Trek Insurrection, they have to put on leather coats and just
Yes.
run around with. I'm putting this also in the C category. These are bad movies. I don't know why Star Trek can't make a good third movie.
That's also similarly feels just like a kind of a stretched episode. It doesn't have an epic movie
That
feel.
happened to the Generation movies. The budgets went down, but they kept cashing them in. And but I think there's a good way to do that. And actually, the Star Trek Beyond is the good, like, we're making an episode of the show, but we're, like, doing it with Justin Lin of Fast and the Furious and, like, going
Wild
a bit
choice.
harder.
hell yeah.
Wild choice.
I'm, like, back and forth. I think this is an A tier. I don't want to, like, overvalue this movie, but, like, the whole cast rocks. It's fast. I was watching bits last night and having a good time, but it's still like nanobot stuff. We had a real nanobot trend in movies like 7 years ago. It was, I don't know, particle effects. Do we like particle effects?
Midichlorians.
Does
When they're
anyone think
video
about this
games.
as much as I do? No. Now I'm going to segue into Marvel.
Uh-oh.
Marvel.
Oh,
Are they
boy.
sci-fi movies? I flagged
controversial
superhero
position.
stuff at the top,
Certain
that it's
ones.
not science fiction.
Certain ones.
I would say that some of them are science fiction.
Absolutely.
I want to start with Guardians of the Galaxy, probably the most overt.
That I will buy. Yeah,
I think we
absolutely.
Now,
got-
people really liked this movie, the third one.
I
that
hear some
just came out.
sizzle. I better hear some sizzle.
You want some sizzle?
I want some sizzle.
I was thinking B, but you think, what do you think? More?
And when you talk about what you were saying in terms of like
Paying it
kind of
off.
paying it off, boy does that one pay it off.
Everyone's hugs and there's dancing at the end, and
I feel like everyone got their like.
I think
moment in it.
I think it's A tier. Is that fair?
It's not unfair.
Because I think there's actually a better Marvel sci-fi movie.
I hope.
And this is, I think this is going to be a hot take.
Oh, I think I know what
Yeah,
you're
it's
gonna.
gotta. Oh
And the
no, it's
answer
not.
is Iron Man 3.
Yes.
Black.
Shane Black
Shane
doing
Black.
I
Iron Man
liked
3,
it.
making it more sci-fi by having like Guy Pearce with his extremist
The-
firepower
Yeah.
bots
The
inside
scene
of him.
with the one hand robot hand scene is like
He
one
has
of the
to
best
build
things.
a machine.
He
in
has
the
to build a
movie.
machine
When
again.
guys have to build a
it's
machine.
constraining your
guys
hero
building
instead of giving him
unequivocally
all the
sci-fi.
toys. It's so much more fun.
That's S tier for me.
Yeah.
I don't
I
disagree.
don't know
Good
if it's
job.
a hot
Bravo.
take,
I
if the
support
chat
you.
supports this, but Iron Man 3 is the
I have
We
always
have a
Marvel
lot
been
of
sci-fi
Iron
movie.
Man 3
a
likers.
supporter of Iron
and
Man
the
3.
and the opposite of that I would put on the board, and the last movie threequel that I would say in the Marvel universe that's a sci-fi movie is Infinity War. This is a science fiction movie. Maybe it's veering towards fantasy. But I don't know. A space alien comes down from space and
Sure.
snaps people away, and it's awful. I don't care.
Is Thanos
I know
a
that it
kaiju?
enables Endgame, but wait, say
He's not big enough.
Is Thanos a kaiju?
You gotta be able to knock a building over.
no.
Okay.
Just by kind of
he's
stumbling
like
around.
4 or 5 times smaller than King Kong or Godzilla.
Okay.
Is he a kaiju? What is your what's the smallest kaiju? Clayton? Simone?
I mean,
I don't
Mothra can't weigh that
Why
much,
do you think
right?
I'm asking the questions?
Godzilla did have a baby.
Oh.
Baby
that
Kong.
There's a baby Kong.
Baby Kong. Yes, I saw that trailer.
Oh yeah,
It's
we're getting. I forgot.
grotesque.
You're right. We're getting that
Sorry.
later this
Yeah.
year.
It's
We're getting a
coming.
baby Kong.
I missed it. Okay, I just want to be reflective of the chat, give them their
Please.
say. We do have some Iron Man 3 unbelievers.
Did I
Wow.
sell you though?
I mean,
Are you supporting
the
me?
thing is, I'm already there with the Shane Blackness of it.
And I love Guy Pearce.
Some people hated the kid, but I like that plot line. It gave Tony
You know
way
what?
more pathos than
Humanity.
he
And
had
he's
by
teaching.
that
It's a STEM movie.
Yeah.
And maybe it's not even science fiction. Maybe it's science fact.
And it's even women in STEM as well, if I'm
Good
not
point.
remembering incorrectly.
There's lots of, and there's just like action in it, science action.
Yeah.
What more do we want?
Oh, Nicholas.
Speaking of the monkeys, though, you were talking about Kong.
Wow,
Not
Nicholas.
represented on this list, unfortunately, because of the kaiju rule. But I am going to put the Planet of the Apes movies in the mix. I think War of the Planet of the Apes, the most recent trilogy capper, is like a very good movie we don't talk about very much. In fact, I think
haven't
it's.
caught
I
this
don't
I'm
one.
leaning
care.
toward S tier here.
I don't care for apes.
You
I'm
don't
gonna
care
be
for the
honest
apes,
with
but
you.
they're
Have you
good
seen
apes.
this one?
They're
I don't
fighting.
care to see them ride
pushing
horses.
against
I don't care
the
to see
man.
them hold
Literally the man.
rifles.
But what about
They're not riding horses
There's
yet.
also
They're
a-
doing that in the new movie.
a wise orangutan?
I do love a wise orangutan who puts on sunglasses.
So you'd like to see this a little down. You don't want to see this full S tier because
But that's just
monkeys
my
are
bias.
just not gonna.
And I'm going to get into that with my sci-fi list.
What are Tina's
Tina
ape
way in.
opinions?
She's making a horrible face here. She just does
Ape
not
opinions.
approve of the apes.
I mean, as soon as Simone said, I don't care for apes,
Are
I
you part of
just
the
think
problem
we
with that
should
opinion?
discount that opinion altogether.
I'll say this, a small thing. I appreciate, the new ones, I appreciate their commitment to, there's no actual animals in it. It's entirely CGI and it's done extremely well.
Yeah.
some of the best actors and like there's something I like about that aspect to it.
So you don't want animals to have jobs.
Not
We're
just,
putting them out of jobs. And it's not good for the monkeys, but it is good for the monkeys' brand.
it is an improvement on what Hollywood used to do.
I'm also going to add the other monkey threequel, which escaped from Planet of the Apes, the
Now-
retro movie
Now
where
that's
they
good.
go to the future and they
Yeah.
take baths.
I love
this is a
that.
great movie about family and heart. So
Yeah, get the camera that
I'm not
the
quite,
bathtub ape.
we love this.
Yeah, I support that entirely.
So, but am I grading on a monkey curve here? Do I have to be thinking about
Yes,
this, or can I express
don't,
my?
Look?
Do
Don't
I
take
play
my
support peanut
ape
gallery?
opinions into
Tina's
account.
pro monkey,
Pro monkey or pro ape?
pro ape.
Pro primate.
I'm putting these. I'm pushing my
Pro-mate.
opinions through. S tier for the apes film, and Escape, probably just a B movie here.
Okay.
For B for bathtub.
Grading
for
on
that-
the monkey
That
curve.
apes are in. Look, I have a lot to get through.
Yeah,
I'm
you've got
hurrying.
like a little over 10 minutes.
Don't worry.
Yeah, 11,
we'll do
11.
this. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna sail through. Back to the Future. We were talking about Christopher
Oh
Lloyd.
yeah, yes.
I think he belongs on the
of
board. Now,
course.
here's my hot take. Back to the Future 3, much better than Back to the Future 2, which people
Sure.
love. Screw the hoverboard. We don't need the hoverboard. We need trains.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we need to launch trains over cliffs.
Now you're talking. Clayton and I love trains
yeah.
and launching them over cliffs.
I don't think this is working at the level of the original Back to the Future.
You're getting some pushback.
Yeah.
On what?
Well, train's
Launching
good.
trains
Love
over
a good
cliffs,
train.
I guess.
Who's against launching trains over
Popcorn
cliffs?
pigeon.
We want to protect the trains. We want to...
I also love the
should be a
Star Trek
protected
did this
species.
sometimes when like you're back in time, but you got to make futuristic technology using old timey shit. That's always a good time, I think.
Yeah, and the best part of that sequence is they have different bricks of colors, so we get like red smoke. When do you see red and green and yellow
Right,
smoke
right.
in the movies? Like this is
So
called
true.
visual language. I gotta put a Transformers movie on the board. I don't know how you feel about
gotta?
the Michael Bay. I gotta. It's part of the canon.
Because it is a threequel.
Michael Bay made a bunch of awful Transformers.
Yeah.
Unwatchable. Revenge of the Fallen, the second one, truly just terrible, terrible movie. The third one, Dark of the Moon. Did you see it in IMAX, Clayton?
No, I didn't see it. in
Simone,
IMAX.
did you hear it in Dolby Atmos?
I didn't hear it in
The
Dolby
Transformers
Atmos.
were rocking.
I didn't hear him rock.
They do. They jump out of a plane and into Chicago.
Is that the one where one pees on someone?
No, that's the second one.
That's the second
Okay.
one.
That's why the third one is good, but maybe not that
Yay.
good.
Oh, Leonard Nimoy is in it too, right?
Yes, he's the voice of the Fallen, Clayton.
That's right. He's really
He's the
good
voice
too.
of the
Nimoy's
Fallen.
everywhere. All right, I gotta keep going.
You gotta, yeah, we
I
gotta.
got a Predators movie.
No
They
more
made a third
colorful
one.
bricks.
Predator
No
1,
more.
a
Yes,
masterpiece.
yes.
Predator 2, absolutely deranged, weird movie
Yeah, it has
that is very watchable. Third one, takes forever to figure out how to make it a franchise, but Robert Rodriguez comes in and produces this movie Predators, where they send Adrian Brody to an alien. He goes to the
Cool.
Predator planet.
Oh right.
They're the
love that.
Predators this time.
Whoa!
Did you see it?
Dun 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 dun.
No.
Well,
Put it up there, though.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, it's
no,
fine? Oh.
It's
Oh, damn.
It's a good action. I can't really go to bat for it. I hyped it up quite a bit.
Adrian Brody looks good, though.
I go in. I got to put the Resident Evil movies on the board.
You
And here's
gotta.
why.
You gotta.
You might think they're horror, but the movies, they're sci-fi.
They're
This is
sci-fi.
about like
Sure,
the
sure.
viruses and the post-apocalyptic nonsense. And you know what? The
Is
third
our
one gets
life
better.
sci-fi?
Is life sci-fi?
Yeah.
I would say yes.
Okay.
Unlike
If you-
the sci-fi.
No, your dreams are sci-fi, and your reality is sci-fact.
Fact. Cool. Okay, put it up.
Okay, I'm gonna put this on the board.
Love that.
It's not a great movie. Again,
All
not a
right.
lot of good movies.
That's fine.
Now I should probably put an Alien movie on the board.
least it's
Alien
not
I was
3,
already
Jurassic
thinking about this when
The
you
most
mentioned Predators
debatable-
3 and how this is also.
directed by David Fincher. Iconic image when they're like,
Drool.
she's on the thing and the alien leans in. This is the only good part of the movie, though. This
Oh.
movie has gained such reputation with the film dorks
The
that they think that this needs to be reclaimed, that the director's cut is better. All of it is phooey. This is a bad movie.
Okay.
He missed, and that's okay.
he
Pat
David
says
Fincher
that-
can miss.
David Fincher has disowned it.
David Fincher doesn't even like it.
We
He's
need to
trying
give David
convince people.
Fincher
No,
another
wait.
Where are you
chance.
I'm
putting
putting
it?
this
Oh,
in
He
yeah.
deserves
This
to
is
be
a bad
redeemed.
movie. With one really good image in it. This one.
Yeah.
Should I even put some of these others on the board? I have
Get 'em
no
up
time.
there.
The Death Cure, Maze Runner, The Death Cure.
Give me a 2-minute sprint.
Okay,
Yeah.
here we go. God, the Riddick movies. Did you see them?
Only the first one.
They're good B movies.
Oh, no, the
Riddick.
second one. I did see the second one.
Chronicles of Riddick went too big. He needed to go back down to a planet and just be Riddick again, and he did. B.
B movies, B tier.
It's a B movie on the B tier.
Wait, so what is the word? Pitch Black, Chronicles of Riddick. What's the third one called?
Riddick.
It's just Riddick. Okay.
Just
They
Riddick.
just went simple. You want to see Riddick in a movie? Riddick's here. It's the title. Now I had a long diatribe about Austin Powers Goldmember. You know
I
what?
mean,
I'm
that
gonna
one
just
I'll
put
give
it
you. You
aside.
can talk about it.
It's time travel. The whole trilogy is science fiction, time travel, spy stuff. But I guess if I'm leaving out Kingsman, I should probably just put this aside.
I can't disagree.
I was gonna put Bill and Ted on the list. Do you think it's like enough?
Yeah.
Is it fantasy though? Is it too comedy?
I want to know where you're going to put it, so you should do it.
Well, this is. I have mixed feelings over them, like taking so long to make this movie. They had a lot of pitches for this over the years. This one's fine. This is, again, I'm like putting a lot of B and C tier movies on the thing, and I'm just feeling bad.
Didn't Dylan
why are they
O'Brien
not great?
nearly
You know,
die
it's-
for
I mean,
Maze Runner?
Most things are
Maze Runner, the
average.
Death Cure is on the floor, and
Yeah.
I would probably defend it at a bar, but I can't defend it here on the stream.
enough,
It's
fair
just,
enough.
like,
We should
too
get
much
some
movies.
like clips so we can show ones that are off the board.
Here's just a speed round of I don't even need to put these on the board. I wanted to make time for the direct-to-video threequel. It's
oh
like
yeah,
a
you already
staple.
previewed one for me.
I have Starship Troopers 3. I was watching some of it last night. It looks terrible. It's a bad
Nice.
movie. I don't need it. Down on the
4
floor.
with Jurassic
I
Park
got
Dominion.
Skylines, the threequel to the first
the-
Skyline movie. You don't know that movie?
No, I heard
they
the
got more
second
action.
one was better than the
They're
first.
getting better. The guy who's directing is like action dude. This guy Liam. He makes like good action punchy movies. So this big sci-fi invasion franchise has gone down and become like martial arts fighting aliens. This is actually a pretty good movie, but I'm not even going to spend the time putting it on the board. Cube Zero. Are you guys into Cube?
I'm into Cube 2, Hypercube specifically, and nothing else.
I want to put this on the board, but I'm not even sure I can rank this movie where the pure pleasure is watching like lasers and other types of acids just turn people into mush. So
I
if
think
that's
you're
your style
making
of,
shit up. I think you're
You think
lying
I'm making
to me.
shit up? Let's talk about when the brave little toaster went to Mars.
What
You
did
think
you
I'm
do
making shit
that?
up?
I
The
just
brave
ripped
little
my
toaster went to
IFB
Mars,
out.
and you know what? It was bad. It should have stayed on Earth. What the fuck? Oh, actually, you know what? In the
You
in
shit
the
on that
brave little
toaster
toaster
stream.
defense, I don't know if you stayed up after the one Super Bowl where the Cloverfield Paradox dropped on Netflix.
Oh fuck yeah.
But
Yeah.
that movie again is like sub D. This is not. This is not.
And
it.
they had such a
Jeez.
good runway with the
Cloverfield
second
incredible.
One. The second one.
Yeah. Cloverfield Lane.
Lane, yes.
That is a great little thriller.
John Goodman acts the
And they
hell
went to
of that. He
space.
should have gotten a
John Goodman.
nomination. I love that.
When people
movie.
go to space, it should be good, not
Yeah,
bad.
I agree.
Now here's a directed video movie I'm going to put on the board because I'm a big defender, and I hope the people out there understand. Honey, I Shrunk Ourselves.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Honey Shrunk the Kids, great little kid sci-fi movie.
Sure.
And I don't think I've seen it well done in a movie. Like Being Little, Big Cheerios, we love that. Then they blew up the baby in the second one. It looks amazing.
Yeah.
I've watched it like 10 times in the last 3 months because when you have a kid of a certain age,
Yes.
you watch a big baby walk around on screen.
Yes.
And then the third movie,
I love that
Rick
shit.
Moranis shrunk himself. Rick Moranis is so committed to the idea of shrinking in movies that he's starting a direct-to-video version of threequel for the franchise and like brought it home.
Is he still with us?
Well,
He is, but he doesn't really do movies anymore.
This didn't go to theaters?
Did not go to theaters. But I'm gonna say this is A. I'm all in
Because
on Honey, I Shrunk
A
Ourselves.
for all in.
when I was a kid, the other one scared me. I can't even remember why, honestly. So this was the one I watched the most, and I remember liking it.
How am I doing on time here? Oh my God, 3 minutes. RoboCop
Ha!
3. It's garbage. No, this is a terrible movie. If you thought Starship Troopers direct-to-video was like pissing on Verhoeven's legacy, RoboCop 3 is absolute cartoon trash. I was watching bits of it. It's just so miserable, bad. But you know what's really good? Cars 3. Now, I would say Cars is a sci-fi franchise in a world dominated by sentient cars, and we need to rethink our understanding of cars, which people were not cool about when it came out. And Cars 3 is a great mentor story. We need to rethink cars. That's another stream.
I'm
I
always
want to
thinking
debate something with
cars.
you guys. Matrix Resurrections. This is a big franchise.
Okay.
I'm putting this on the
thumbs
S.
up.
What do you think?
Whoa.
This is divisive.
I mean, it is a great.
You got to
ending.
watch it with the other
Yeah,
ones.
well, it definitely does not stand
You
on
don't
its
want
own
to just
leg.
go and watch this movie, but it has mechs.
Yeah.
Revolution, sorry. What did I say? Resurrection, that's a fourth one. That's,
Oh, yeah,
that's
sorry.
an absolute
We're on
masterpiece.
the
I don't think we're
actual
debating
third
that
one.
here.
The actual third
The
one.
Revolutions is when the mechs are out, the Sentinels are fighting.
Yeah.
Neo is
This is
just
true.
fighting all
But,
sorts of
you know,
agents.
I mean, it's the most sci-fi one. I went back and we watched these to watch the fourth one, and it looks good still,
It
too.
looks amazing.
And, like, yeah.
Gets a bad rap, but you got to watch them together.
Yeah.
Yes, I absolutely agree.
Speaking of which, Men in Black 3, a movie that no one ever talks about. I'm putting it on the A list for one reason. Pitbull's Back in Time song. I don't even care about Will Smith or Josh Brolin
Doesn't
playing
even
young
care.
Agent
Oh, I didn't
K
get
or
back to
whatever his
this.
name is, but they go to the moon launch and Pitbull sings an amazing song. Back in Time is such a banger, completely elevates this sci-fi movie.
Valid.
Pitbull.
Hold on. Tina, what was that?
I'm hearing people
I
chime
just
in
said
on that.
valid.
A ballad. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Fair enough.
Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna get through it all, but I'm gonna try. Terminator 3. Why did they make a Terminator movie without James Cameron? Why did they do
I
that?
don't know. And 2 is a perfect film.
This is not a good movie,
I
but it
kinda-
does end. It has the bleakest ending. Do you
I
guys know how this
know.
ends? They
No.
actually, the bad guys win. The
No.
nuke goes off.
They can't
Judgment
stop
Day
it.
happens.
Why
It's
not?
awesome.
Okay.
You can't stop
That-
it.
it's
Let's
not
go.
a D. It's not a D. God. Oh yes, I only have 2 left, guys.
Okay, you
Mad
can do
Max. Fury Road, amazing.
Yes!
Which
But
is
that's
that?
not the third movie.
Yeah,
No.
which is it?
It's
Battle
Thunderdome,
Dome
right?
or Thunderdome. Yeah, Thunderdome.
Yeah.
Which
I
I,
mean, Tina
love.
Turner is in it. I mean, that's fun. It's very glam, but it's not a great
No!
movie. I'm putting it down here. It's not what we want out of Mad Max anymore. Fury Road is completely redefined. We want the road carnage and we want vehicular stunts, and this is like running around in the carnival
But it has a big dome.
dome thing. Yeah, the motorcycles can do that.
They
The dome is
they
not on.
fight in there, and
Guys,
that's
the
good.
last thing I want to say when I wrap up this stream about sci-fi threequels, no one will care what I'm about to say,
Uh-oh.
but it needs to be said.
I'm so scared.
They did Xenon dirty. Z3 on Disney Channel. They did our girl Xenon dirty. Protozoa didn't even show up for Z3.
Wow.
We smite you, Disney, for doing our girl Xenon dirty. This is not on the board at all.
They
It's so
should put her in
terrible.
Avengers.
But that deserves. Disney kids need their sci-fi.
Yeah.
And they did Xenon dirty.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Wow.
Oh man,
This is
That's
a lot
it.
of on the floor.
I made it.
He did it!
Okay, we are at our first little break here. Thank you so much, Patches. That was amazing.
You're welcome.
Incredible.
I didn't leave a lot of chatter. There was too much to get
No,
through.
no, we had
No,
good
I hope we
chatter.
gave you enough-
I feel like
enough
I felt
runway.
heard. Yeah, we're gonna
We
take a
got
quick
through a
break.
lot of opinion.
We're gonna see a little interstitial, and then we'll be back for my tier list, which is ranking
So excited.
X-Files monsters. Bye.
Hi, I'm Susanna from Polygon, and I am going to be ranking the horniest Star Trek episodes by their cultural relevance. I wrote a whole post about it that talks about it in way more depth, and you can read it on polygon.com. So the first one is Justice. It's from Next Generation. Its plot is that sexually liberated aliens give Wesley the death penalty. And this one is Conundrum, also from Next Generation, is an episode where 2 separate women decide that now's the best time to start a sexual relationship with Commander Riker, despite the fact that the entire ship has come down with amnesia. This is Favorite Son from Voyager, in which a planet of hot babes has an absurdly convoluted plan to snoo Harry Kim to death. And this one is Fairhaven from Voyager, which is like a great example of like what I think is being a very relatable element of like middle-aged female desire, where the whole crew gets really into LARPing everyday life in an 18th century Irish village, but Captain Janeway mods a non-romanceable NPC to be hotter and available to her advances. And like, as someone who is really into the character of Varric Tethris in Dragon Age, I really respect that. And finally here in our not influential episodes, we have Sub Rosa, which is pretty infamous for Star Trek fans. It's the one where Dr. Crusher fucks a ghost, and there's more there, but we don't have time to unpack it. So now we're getting into episodes that have actual cultural relevance, in my opinion. This one is The Naked Now. It's the second ever episode of The Next Generation, and it's the one where Data explains that he's fully functional in every way and is programmed in multiple techniques, like in a sexual sense. Data's a really cool character, but he will never escape fully functional jokes. So this one is Mirror Mirror. It's from the original series. It is the episode that introduced the Mirrorverse, and later Star Trek shows would make the Mirrorverse just like, it's the universe where people fuck. It's the universe where people are bisexual. It's the universe where people are into kink. And it all started here with one character in the original series. So this is the Menagerie, and it is essentially the first Star Trek story that ever actually got made. And it's about aliens abducting the captain so that they can put him in a forced breeding program. And they transform this lady into a bunch of things that they think will try and get him horny. And one of them is the Orion Slave Girl, which kind of became like a sexy mascot for Star Trek for a while. It's this bullet point on like where we get to like Twi'lek dancers and Jabba's slave barge, and like the Asari in Mass Effect of this like sexually available alien babe who's just a human lady with a different color skin. And it just really goes to show the influence on Star Trek and all of our weird little brains. So this is Plato's Stepchildren, and it's like really famous in Star Trek for containing what's thought to be one of the first interracial kisses on American television. But it's like the thing about it is that the aliens are forcing Kirk and Uhura to kiss. They don't actually want to do it, and it's just that element of like sexual transgression used as like to like escalate the stakes of the plot that puts this in that horny space. Not that like they're actually horny, because again, they don't actually want to kiss. And finally, the only S tier thing in this list is a mock time. So if you're not a Star Trek fan, every 7 years adult Vulcans go into this thing called Pon farr, where they have to have sex with their significant other, or their bodies will fill up with stress hormones and they'll like get really violent and then die. In a mock time, this happens to Spock, and long story short, he fights Captain Kirk to the death, but then the death turns out to be fake, and it's the only time Spock smiles in the entire series. So killing Kirk cancels out Spock's Pon farr, and he doesn't actually have sex in the episode or come on to anyone. But every time Pon farr shows up in Star Trek after that, it is used to put characters in sexual situations, and they almost always involve dubious consent. Like there's this episode of Voyager where a coworker's Pon farr gets transferred to a non-Vulcan main character and puts her in an amnesiac state so sexually aggressive that a senior officer of the bridge crew has to order another one of her coworkers to have sex with her, and everybody's like, I guess this is the only solution to our problem. And all of this is because a mock time decided that Vulcans would have a just add water for dubcon aspect of their species. But even if like that hadn't become a really important part of Star Trek, a mock time is still like inarguably among the most influential Star Trek episodes of all time. Spock smiling at the end is the moment where like Spock and Kirk shipping became like inevitable, and the Spock-Kirk shipping community became the foundation of modern fanzine culture. They built the first conventions, and they even coined the term slash for queer fanfic. A mock time is also the first appearance of the Vulcan salute and the phrase live long and prosper, and its battle music became kind of a meme in its own right. And multiple academics have recognized that a mock time and Pon farr were part of the foundation of sci-fi erotica tropes that paved the way for the entire Omegaverse romance genre. So mock time hasn't just had influence on Star Trek and mainstream culture, but on horny culture itself. And that's why it's the only S tier item on this ranking.
Hello and welcome back to Polygon's Tier Pressure. I am up next. I am ranking X-Files monsters on a level of scariness. I have added categories, and they conveniently did line up with the actual letters. They're so scary. Not bad. Crap and duds. Tara, you've never seen the X-Files.
I've seen maybe one episode when I was in middle school.
Nice.
And I have not revisited it. I know it's the type of show that I would like.
You would.
However, I
Oh.
just, there's just so many options nowadays.
You should take up a hobby that's extremely time-consuming and causes you to sit on your couch for hours. Clayton, you have seen all of X-Files.
Yeah, I mean, technically not the newest ones, but you're not even going there. I would consider myself a super fan in the sense that, like, I watched them a lot in high school. I own the DVDs, so I've probably seen a good chunk of these episodes multiple times.
All right, and I have seen partway through season 6. So I'm ranking specifically X-Files monsters from episodes that I've seen. I did have some other rules. I'm not doing anything that is like a traditional Alien, so mostly Monster of the Week stuff. And I am focusing on things that are embodied. So like I'm not using any ghosts or and avoiding things that are like computer and most worms. I've shuffled all of my
Most worms, but not all worms.
There's one worm that's really good. The first one is from the season 4 episode 20, Small Potatoes. This is a weird, like, shitty episode where there's like a guy who was born with a tail and he's a shapeshifter, and it's one of those episodes that's like sexually uncomfortable because he's like taking on the shape of women's husbands and sleeping with them and getting them pregnant with like babies who have tails.
Succubus.
But it is scary for that reason.
I'm into it. I like it.
But it's also like kind of crap.
So the lipids.
A strong start.
He wants the lipids, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
Different
we're
guy.
getting- Okay.
I'll get to him. All right. Next one. Season 4, episode 6, Sanguinarium. This is so fucking scary. This is the guy from Twin Peaks. He plays Audrey Horne's father, Ben Horne. Ben Horne, I think.
Bennern.
On Twin Peaks. He is a plastic surgeon, or like the director of like a plastic surgery hospital, and like this episode is so scary. He's not necessarily scary. He's just like taking people's faces and living forever. But he hypnotizes the other plastic surgeons to do like horrible, like they space out and then this guy like lasers all the way through a woman's face and it's disgusting.
I love the twist in that one too. It's so good.
It's sorry for all the episodes of X-Files I'm going to spoil, but don't worry, there are like 24 of them a
What
season.
Simone said, you haven't been spoiled.
There are
It's very
24
good.
seasons of that show?
Or 24 episodes like per season.
It's that kind of series.
War of the Copperphages. The monster in this is Robot Cockroach. This episode
Don't love
is
that.
so funny and so good.
It's one of the funniest. Oh my god.
It's not that scary. I would put up with the robot cockroaches. This is also incredibly funny because there's like a really sexy bug expert whose like name is Dr. Bambi. And the entire episode is like Mulder having adventures with Dr. Bambi while Scully's on the phone like, I don't think the cockroaches are that much of an emergency, Mulder. And he's like, men are dying. Okay.
Hey, question from someone who's never watched X-Files.
Yeah.
Do Mulder and Scully ever hook up?
I don't know yet.
It's truly the question.
Do they?
It's like we cannot get into
simple
this
yes
here.
or no.
It would literally take so much time because it's almost a thing that becomes meta. Was it like, what about did they hook up? Because
They never show
What does that
them.
mean?
get into it. We can't get into it here.
Okay, forget I asked.
The answer is maybe. The answer
Sorry
is
to
maybe.
derail.
No, it's good. I rewatched an episode yesterday where they briefly held hands, and it like shook me to my core. Season 3, episode 22, Quagmire. In this episode, I couldn't find a good photo of the monster, so there's just a frog. Frogs are going extinct in this pond. A monster that eats the frogs like then starts eating people, so you get a little like creature from the Black Lagoon, like Lake Placid. Oh no, scary thing pulling me underwater shit.
I mean, that's cute. I don't know how it could be scary.
That's true. I love frogs.
That's just a cute frog.
Lake monster. Ooh, season 3, episode 17, Pusher. This is a classic.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one I rewatched
I
yesterday.
feel so out of the loop here.
Is this man scary to you?
Oh my god, he kind of looks like Matt Patches.
Is this Matt
He's
Patches?
got really nice-
Actually, he kind of looks like Nico Rosberg, the
got those,
Formula One world champion of 20.
Blue eyes.
16.
Blue cerulean eyes.
Cerulean
Sky
blue.
blue eyes.
Okay, so this guy can like mind control people, but it's kind of sad because he wants to be special. But also he does make a man light himself on fire, and that's pretty scary. It's scary, but also like I feel like he would never want to. I don't work in law enforcement, and I don't think people would want to put a hit on me unless I'm really wrong about that. Chat, let me know. Let me know. If you want to put a hit on me, tell me. DM me directly.
You're saying you don't think people put hits out on cops?
No, I'm not a cop. First of all, let's get that very clear. Yeah. I'm not a cop, and I'm not someone that people would want to put a hit on. He's a hitman. So I don't think I would ever come into contact with him. So I don't think that he's that scary.
Okay, so you're not just ranking them by general scariness. This is how scary they are to you, Simone de Rochefort.
Is it possible for me to have an opinion that is not my own?
Yeah, but you can find someone objectively scary. For instance, most people find clowns objectively scary.
And they're wrong.
And we all know how you feel about clowns.
Yeah, most people are very wrong about that subject matter, but we'll talk about that later.
There's a difference.
This is season 2, episode 14, Die Hand die Verletzt.
I do not like that.
No, this is a scary lady. This is a really fun episode. There's a witch, a substitute teacher witch named Mrs. Paddock, who is making people be dead in really gross ways. She has a big snake, eats a guy. And there's also just unrelated Satanists. This is a really fun episode. I'm pretty scared of her.
A. Put her in A.
Okay.
She's a badass bitch.
It is true, and I don't know like why she's killing people, so there is a chance that I could be in danger.
That actually makes it scarier, not knowing her motivation.
Exactly. Tina, what was that?
What? Oh, I was just agreeing.
Love that. Thank you. Leonard Betts. Ah!
Okay.
I should have rewatched this one. My understanding is that he's an immortal guy who... Why? What's his fucking deal?
He
He's
looks like
so
the Baron
scary.
Harkonnen.
I had to, like, Google wouldn't show me this image because of safe search. I had to choose to see it, and now I'm forcing you guys to see it. Tina. There you go. Ooh, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, anyway. Clayton, what's this guy's deal? I'm scared of him, though.
I'm bringing it up because now I'm suddenly...
His mom, like, he has some kind of condition. I think it means he has to kill people. He can regenerate. I think his head gets knocked off, but he comes back. And he has a really scary mom who, like, they go to her and they're like, your son might be killing people. And she's like, oh, no, my son, blah, blah, blah. But she's been enabling him and helping him the whole time.
He's the tumor guy. He eats tumors to be immortal.
Oh, he eats, of course, he eats tumors. I'm pretty scared of him. He does a...
Corona discharge is a phrase that I just
Corona discharge.
It popped out to me on Clayton's laptop.
The Jersey Devil. This is a stupid episode. Season 1, episode 5. There's like prehistoric-ish people living in New Jersey. One of them dies after killing a dude. And then like his mate. Oh yeah, I can hold this up again. His mate like comes to town and starts like looking for food, which is people, killing people. This is a picture that a guy draws of her to demonstrate. It's so dumb. I don't like prehistoric humans or apes.
Okay.
It's my problem. It's my curse to it. But also like this is it's dumb.
What a specific thing to not like.
Yeah, they just make me uncomfortable. Ice. This is my worm. This is the worm that I love.
That
Season
one
1,
looks tiny.
episode 8. Well, yeah, this isn't to scale. It's probably much smaller. This episode is basically the thing. Like they go to Alaska and it's like they have the pilot take them to the remote scientist base where all the scientists have killed each other. And they're like, what happened here? And the pilot's like, I'm gonna go. And they're like, you can't go until we find out who is infected. And there are these worms that go in your ear. So good. I love the thing. Anything that's the thing.
I'm actually going to argue that tiny worm is scarier than big worm. Because tiny worm can get into your body and wriggle around in there.
They are tiny.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's why I agree with your
Tiny
rating.
worm is so scary.
They're freaky. It's a good episode.
I kind of feel like this guy's so scary to me too.
Reevaluating.
I shouldn't be reevaluating. I have so many fucking things to get through. Humbug 220, conjoined twin who can come off of his circus freak brother. Yeah, but it's also so dumb. The thing I like about this episode is that there's like a misdirection in the beginning with the alligator man but then he dies, and it's really sad.
Yeah.
And I love the circus, and I love the people who work for the circus, but I don't like this. But it is like freaky. Like if this
That picture's pretty scary.
if this came to kill you, you'd be scared, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's the T-Rex arms that do it for me.
Yeah, but I'm just wrestling with how dumb it is. What do you think, Clayton?
I know. It's definitely at least.
Ah.
I think A at least. Yeah.
Ah. All right. Home.
Wait, let me see.
This episode is so
should we
stupid.
be making fun of that?
Ugh.
This one is a famous episode in X-Files lore because it was so disturbing. They did not air it a second time on TV.
Yeah,
Oh, they
it's
never
bad.
ran reruns of it?
Yeah.
Season 4,
it's
episode
infamous for
2.
that
It's like a
reason.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre ripoff kind of, where there's this like family that have been sort of interbreeding for years and years. It does have one of the scariest murder scenes in X-Files, and for that reason I am actually going to, and I hate it. I hate it. It makes me uncomfortable and I don't like it. It's so scary.
I'm guessing
This is
that
the mother. She
product-
doesn't.
That's the offspring of the
That's the
inbreeding.
mom that they're all fucking.
What?
Yeah.
That's a woman?
Yeah.
Would not have guessed.
Season 3, episode 14, Grotesque. This one is interesting. There's like a gargoyle spirit, maybe or maybe not, convincing people to kill. Or is the gargoyle warding off the evil spirit, but doing a really bad job of it? There are also corpses inside statues, which I think is a pretty scary thought to have, but like it's not like... It's a really atmospheric and good episode.
I was going to say the atmosphere of that episode definitely does a lot for it.
Yeah, it's not bad, but it didn't like fill me with horrible visions.
It was like, would my life also suddenly have the lighting of Suspiria? If that was included with the monster, definitely scarier.
And when you buy Philips Hue lights for your home, you too can have the lighting of Suspiria. The Fluke Man. Season 2, episode 2,
I've
the
been
host.
waiting for
Really?
him.
You really hate this?
I've been waiting for
I
him.
do not like anything about that, but especially the mouth.
No one likes this.
Bring him closer.
But it is a classic and beloved episode
Why?
of the television show, The
Why the
X-Files. So,
Well, obvious. It's obvious, isn't it?
yeah, what if you were like just chilling by a body of water and then suddenly this grabbed you
He lives in the water?
and then sucked on your back with his little round mouth?
Stop.
It's a
Stop.
Because
it's
he's a
parasite.
bookworm.
Stop.
Yeah.
He's a what worm?
A fluke worm,
What?
but crossed with a man.
This one is my favorite. Like, I love how X-Files will try to bring the science explanation into it, because this one is basically like a comic book style, like a man and a fluke worm were in a tank with radiation for a long time and then this happened. Maybe, probably. That's like the best the show gives. Well, it was something about like on a Russian ship, and there was, I think, like
Yeah.
a radiated tank on it, and
Yeah.
Definitely S tier.
tapeworms are.
And like he
fluke worms-
can, I think they cut him in half at one point, but he can reproduce asexually, so he's
like
just
a
like
yeah, fluke worm.
infinite fluke man. Sickening. Folie à deux. This is season 5, episode 19. This episode fucking rocks. There's a guy working in like a phone bank, and he starts having these like hallucinations that his boss is a big evil bug. And so he's turning people into zombies. And so he holds the whole company hostage, and everyone's like, you're nuts. You're having an anxious breakdown. This guy's not a huge bug. He's not trying to turn people into zombies. But then he is. Then he
Twist.
is. It's such a good twist. Like there's this one moment, so sorry for spoiling this episode, but like Mulder is one of the hostages, and he's like trying to talk the guy down, and the guy's like, in the darkness you can see it, and Mulder, like there's this 1 second where he sees that the guy is actually a giant bug, and he's like, oh no, and you as the audience are like, oh no. If you were a giant bug, Tara, I'd be scared.
Thank you.
Fire! Season 1,
That's a scary
episode
bug,
12.
too.
Sorry. This is kind of a fun episode. So there's just this guy who's a pyrokinetic jerk. This has one of the he's not terribly scary. He's this very charming, like British guy. I think he's English. It doesn't matter. I mean, it does matter, to be clear. all my residents of those aisles. It matters. But there's this terrifying scene, like you've seen him light people on fire. There's this terrifying scene where he's doing magic tricks for the kid and being like, look, I can light a cigarette with no match, ha ha ha. And it's just so intense because you're like, oh my God, is he gonna light this child on fire?
Does he?
You'll have to watch to find out.
Because I don't understand how he's a villain if he can just light himself on fire.
Oh, he lights other people on fire too.
Okay. So he does light children
Spoiler.
on fire.
Well, does he? Eve, season 1, episode 11. This is very scary.
Hold on, wait, let me see that.
Little girls.
Oh, they
Yeah,
look kind
we
of
gotta-
like me as a little girl.
Actually, can we get this? Okay, we're getting
hang
there.
on.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Punch
Hold
him.
on, wait, let me
the-
try to do the face though.
Oh.
Oh, nope. That's
No, I think it's working. Yeah, I think that's you. Tina's yawning. Bye,
Oh,
Tina.
that better be S tier.
Yeah.
oh no.
Little girls.
There she is. Okay.
Whose
Or do I
dads
want to be D?
they're
I don't know.
in different families, but their dads die at the same time. They're exsanguinated, and it looks super scary. And it turns out they're just fucking evil.
Oh yeah.
And I love that. I love that they're just like evil children. Sad. El Mundo Gira, season 4, episode 11. This is sad. There's like a town of migrant workers, and people are randomly dying, and like their mouths are full of like weird, gross, ugly foam. And it's like one of those episodes where you're like, is it the chupacabra? But it turns out this guy is just like has this horrible disease, and he has like an immunity to it. But like everyone he comes in contact like dies horribly, but then they turn into like things that look like aliens. I think that that's pretty scary to have to be alienated from those you love because of
Ooh,
illness.
excellent pun.
Yeah. Oh! Thank you.
Oh, that wasn't intentional. I see.
No, absolutely not. DPO, season 3, episode 3. This guy is a
Yes.
nerd who has lightning
I
powers.
wasn't sure if you were going to bring this one up. If he
It's a
counted
good
as a
one.
monster.
Yeah.
It's Jack Black.
Yeah, Jack Black is his best friend.
Oh, sorry. It stars Jack Black. Yes.
Yeah. I think this is one of Jack Black's like earliest roles. It rules. But like the fact that he is so uncaring and merciless, I think is scary. But he's not an I think he's like a.
He's unassuming.
Yeah, he
like,
is pretty
literally, it's kind of a
unassuming.
part of it. But
Yeah.
the thing I love about X-Files, if you go back and watch it, is if you haven't before, is you will keep spotting people like that, and you're just like, is that Bryan Cranston? Is
Yeah.
that Jack Black?
It's
is
you.
that like they just it's a fun
Same with
show.
Murder, She Wrote. Like, there's so many. I mean, and all of them are the guy who plays Ben Horn in Twin Peaks, actually. Detour. This didn't make an impression on me at first, but I just rewatched it yesterday, and now I'm very scared. Yeah. What I'm going to say to you right now is going to sound like the dumbest thing you've ever heard. Immortal Spanish conquistadors living in the woods.
He's got a real prehistoric energy, so I can see why you wouldn't
Oh,
like
right.
it.
Yeah.
There's like a Fountain of Youth thing.
I love Tina's like little head down in the corner there. But yeah, so like this is one of those episodes where they don't really show the monsters, but like at certain points you just see their like red eyes glowing. So it's like really good use of a limited budget to create something absolutely terrifying.
They didn't have a limited budget, though, did they?
Really good use of a limited budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying they didn't, though.
TV in the 90s?
Wasn't X-Files a very popular show?
Yeah, it was still TV in the 90s, right? I didn't like to see
Fox,
these
right?
guys.
They did a lot for a 24 episode kind of season of a show.
Got so many goddamn things.
I do not like that.
You do not like this?
Not one
You don't
bit.
like her?
It doesn't even have to be haunted.
Yeah. Chinka. Season 5, episode 10. This episode was originally written by Stephen King. And in it, Scully goes to Maine. To a small town where weird things are happening. The haunted doll herself, I don't find like terribly scary, but like basically what she does, like what the little girl who has her, like if she wants something, she's like, I want candy. And then her mom's like, you can't have candy. And then she's like, but I want it. And then the doll will make like everyone around her just like rip out their eyeballs or like kill themselves in horrifying ways. So
That's
it's
not where
very
I thought
upsetting.
That was going to go.
Yeah.
I thought it was just a mind control doll.
I mean, in a sense it is. And I would say to that,
Very scary.
so scary.
We're all in agreement. Nodding.
Yeah.
Heads nodding.
Tesos dos Bichos. So this is the episode where it's like, did we disturb a South American ritual burial site and unleash a jaguar phantom? And the answer is no. It's feral cats.
That cat does not look feral. It looks very loved and domesticated.
Sometimes Scully has got to win one.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just nothing.
I read that this one, both David Duchovny and, oh my God, Gillian Anderson hated it. She was allergic to cats, but she had to like wrestle with a stuffed cat in one scene.
Oh.
Anyway, they both thought that this episode sucked more than anything, which says a lot, considering how many episodes of X-Files there are. What do I have? Born Again, Season 1, Episode 22. Dead cop whose ghost possesses a little girl. She kills people. It's fine. Again, I win here because I'm not a cop, and she's not going to want to kill me. Because the cop was killed by other dirty cops, and he's like, oh no, I drowned in a fish tank. Whatever. Bad Blood.
We don't have time for that.
We don't have time for it. Bad Blood, Season 5, Episode 12.
Oh, that kid.
This guy.
Yeah.
This episode is so fucking good.
Yeah.
They go to a small town in Texas. It's one of those ones where, like, it starts post the case, and Mulder's like, "How did it go down for you?" And Scully tells her version, and like in that version, Mulder's like
Oh
a
my
whiny
God.
bitch, and the sheriff is like this
so-
swaggering hottie. And then she's like, "That's how it was for me." And he's like, "Really? That's how you remember it?" And then he tells his version, and there are vampires anyway. It gets to a place that is kind of scary, even though most of the episode is incredibly funny.
Oh yeah, who's the guy? The buck teeth. Who?
Is it Luke Wilson?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Luke Wilson
yeah.
plays the sheriff, yeah. It's so good. It's genuinely so good. It's not that
Yes.
scary, but it's so funny.
True X-Files heads know the funny ones are the best ones.
Yeah, I agree. Darkness Falls, bugs in the woods. They put people in cocoons, which I don't like, but they're also just bugs.
I really like this one, but I wonder if you think this. It feels the most, because it is actually literally in the Pacific Northwest.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
It is. X-Files is a show that was filmed around the Vancouver area in Canada, but doesn't take place there. So in many episodes, they will be driving into a town, and the subtitle will say, like, Massachusetts, just outside Boston. And in the background, you see these majestic, tall mountains, and you think to yourself, no. But this one is actually in Washington. Yeah, Topeka, Kansas, with its old growth forest and waterfalls. I'm scared of being put in a cocoon.
I don't like the cocoons.
Yeah.
And that looks like a tick, I gotta be honest with you. And ticks can cause Lyme disease.
Do you feel about that?
Yeah, I don't
Definitely.
like it.
And they come out of an old growth tree that was chopped down, which we shouldn't be doing.
It's a fair point.
Also, Season 5, Episode 17. Pretty scary. Don't know what this guy is. But it involves like one of the scarier like deaths. There's like these girls. I don't remember what's special about them. But like they see this angelic figure and then their eyes get burned out and they're like dead in this like they're in this prayer posture. So scary. So scary.
That's not scary though. That guy.
Seeing a tall man and then he starts to glow intensely and then
No,
your
that's
eyes
not
are burned out of
scary.
your...
That's D. I mean, this is your list, but I'm just
You
gonna
have some
say.
pushback.
D for a tall man? All right. No, I'll just... No,
Simone,
I can't.
D.
He's scary to me.
Okay.
I mean, but maybe I wouldn't be targeted for like religious...
Because you're also tall.
Because I'm also tall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I will compromise and say that he's crap.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
That tall man.
That's all I ask.
Too Shy, Season 2, Episode 6. This is the one that Clayton was alluding to earlier. This fucking episode ruined an egg sandwich for me because it's so disgusting. I made a really good egg sandwich and I ate it one day, and then the next day I was like, I'm gonna make that sandwich again. It was so good, and I made the sandwich. I started watching this episode, and I couldn't finish it because it was so gross. This is like conceptually kind of like I don't know about that. I don't know if that would fly today, but this is a guy who can't produce his own like lipids, so he like targets overweight women in online chat rooms and goes on dates with them. And then like sucks all the fat out of their bodies, and like it's
Honestly, that sounds great.
it's a really scary episode, and like they're very like.
Did they die after?
Oh, they die. They
Oh,
very
they're
much.
dead. It's not
He
like
very
they-
much like
it's not like he
spits
does
poison
liposuction.
into them, and like his character, like he's so like completely unempathetic, like. He's like, well, they were lonely and I gave them what they wanted, which was a date. Now they're giving me what I need to live, which is like
That is
fatty
logic.
acids. But there's this terrifying moment at the end where like the FBI has put out a bulletin on him. They like have a drawing of him, and there's a woman who's on a date with him, and he's in her apartment when she sees the bulletin. And it's that like classic thing where like the murderer is there. You're trying to pretend that you don't know that they're the murderer, and it's so scary. I hate this man. I hate this man. I hate this man.
Yeah, he sucks.
Now, does he look like that on the dates?
No, because
Okay.
when he has fat in him,
He looks normal.
he's decently good looking. And also
But-
has one of the saddest deaths in all of X-Files. Sorry,
I
no,
won't
go on.
probe it. No.
You want to go on a date with him?
I'm wondering.
He's gonna spit
So
poison
he
in
is-
your mouth.
He is lipid deprived there, right?
Yeah, he's
Theoretically,
super
when he
deprived.
goes on a date, he hasn't had lipids in a while, which is why he's on the date, right?
Yeah.
So wouldn't he look like that on the date?
He does it soon enough
Yeah,
to avoid that.
He times it
Gotcha.
correctly.
Okay.
Unruh, season 4, episode 4. This is fine. There's a guy whose dad was an abusive dentist. He lobotomizes women, and then makes psychic photographs of them. I don't know how I feel about
started
that.
your timer a little late, so you got like, maybe
Oh.
2 minutes.
I would say this is. I don't know how. It's not crap. I feel that's too aggressive.
D.
Really?
No, sorry, C.
You don't want. Okay, yeah. I don't want to be
think it's that
lobotomized. I'm gonna try to zip through these. Okay, this is a classic one. Leonard Toombs for the season 1, episode 3, season 1, episode 21. He is a guy who like needs to eat livers and then hibernate for 30 years, and he can stretch his body out like the Elastic Man and pull you into the sewers. And then there's a big cocoon of bile, and you know how I feel about cocoons
And bile.
and bile. The Walk. Season 3, episode 7. This is one of those ones that I'm like, ooh, it was the 90s. There's this veteran who's a quadriplegic. He can create psychic manifestations of himself to kill people as revenge for like what happened to him. It's not that scary. And again, I'm not in the military, so although he does kill a child by sucking him into a sandbox. That's pretty scary. It's one of the few child death episodes. I'm actually gonna, sick, I only have 2 more left, yay.
Nice.
Teleco,
That'll be fine.
season 4, episode 3. This is kind of an interesting one that I'm also like, I don't know about that. But there is this like malevolent spirit who kills African American men by sucking the pigment out of them. And it's very, very deeply unsettling. I am not sure about like the mythology behind it and how, I guess, accurate and or sensitive it is, but like conceptually and visually, definitely like a terrifying concept.
There's a lot of villains here who suck things out of other people.
Yeah, I
Like,
think that's kind of like a
X-Files
theme of the
yeah.
X-Files is getting sucked.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, last one. Sorry, Clayton, what were you gonna say?
No,
I wanna watch
that's-
this show.
It's just that's what it is. Syzygy, season 3, episode 13. This is like a classic sort of Heather's-esque send-up, except with psychic teens.
I like this one.
This one, I like it too.
Yeah.
They were like born at the same time under a weird star, so they have sort of psychic resonance.
What if astronomy were real?
Yeah, don't you love hearing me summarize television for you, listeners? Oh my God. And they are like just killing other teens at first, but then they kind of turn on each other and have a crazy psychic fight. It's a really fun episode, and Mulder and Scully's whole situation in this is also really fun. Like, there's a point where they both think they've apprehended the killer, and they're on the phone with each other, and Mulder's like, guess what? I've got the killer. And Scully's like, haha, no you don't, because I've got the killer with me right here. And they're both like, oh my God. But psychic teens
Doesn't seem scary.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that scary. I think, again, great episode.
It's the kind of thing where like the context could very quickly change once they have psychic powers. The last person I would want to have psychic powers is a teen.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think we can all agree on that. All right, this is my final ranking of X-Files. Some X-Files monsters from seasons of the X-Files that I have seen. And
Well
I think
done,
that
Simone.
Well done.
Yay!
Thank you so much, Simone. Yeah, we're going to take another quick break here. We'll show you something fun, somebody else's list. In the meantime, while we take a quick break, then we'll come back for somebody's list. I don't know whose.
I believe it's you.
It'll be me, sci-fi megastructures.
All right.
That's what's going to happen. It's going to get real nerdy.
See you in 5.
Hi everyone, I am Pete Volk, the Senior Curation Editor at Polygon, and I'm very excited to be here today to rank sci-fi dads. These are dads ranked on their quality of being dads, not on their quality as characters in a movie, not on the movies themselves. So for the very beginning, we're going with irredeemably bad dads. I think the easiest one here that everyone can agree on would be Anakin Skywalker, a pretty all-time bad dad. Pretty countless number of times that he tried to kill his own children as well as many other people's children. Tommy Lee Jones as Clifford McBride in Ad Astra. This is another all-time bad dad. He completely rejects not only his family but his planet. This is a great movie. I highly recommend people check it out. But Tommy Lee Jones's character is a particularly bad dad. Speaking of dads with planet baggage, we've got Ego, a planet himself, Kurt Russell's character from Guardians of the Galaxy 2. What just a colossal asshole this character is. An extremely bad dad who has killed scores of his own children, as well as Peter Quill's mother. This is our irredeemably bad dads tier. Now, next up we have the redemptive bad dads. This is an interesting group for me because these are dads who, for most of their dadhood, were bad dads, but redeem themselves as they move forward in their fatherhood. First, we're going to go with Gong Yu's character in Train to Busan. At the beginning of the movie, his relationship with his daughter is quite sour, but part of the premise of the movie is that he's going to great lengths to try and make it up to her, even before the zombie stuff happens. But he can't escape this redemptive bad dads tier because of what happened before that point. In a very similar situation in multiple ways would be Dave Bautista's Scott Ward character in Army of the Dead. Another character that I like a lot, I think this really helps cement Dave Bautista's big man, small glasses persona, but another situation where there's a rift between this character and his child, in this case his daughter as well. But again, here the rebonding in the movie is sweet. He ends up being a redemptive bad dad, repairing his relationship with his daughter, but there's still the baggage that he carries from before the events of the movie. Moving on to the B tier, here we've got, I think, a better class of dads in general. There are some issues with their parenting techniques and with their history, but I think overall they're doing a good job here. We've got Duke Leto Atreides in Dune. He does seem like a decent dad, but his main issue is that he's mostly absent from Paul as a father. That's because of his duties. I think we can all understand that. Now, unfortunately, he's more permanently absent. Rest in peace, Leo. If that was a spoiler for you, I don't know what to tell you. Dune came out a long, long time ago. But that's why he's going in the B tier there. One of my favorite dads on this list, Arnold Schwarzenegger as the Terminator in T2 Judgment Day. He's the dad that stepped up here. Going from, first of all, the more explicit horror of the first movie to sci-fi in the second, but you're also taking the Terminator from this unstoppable killing machine in a slasher into this more protective father figure for John Connor. He does get a demerit for previously trying to kill Sarah Connor and make John Connor never exist, but he gets out of the redemptive bad dad tier just for the sheer lengths that he goes to in this movie to protect John. Moving on to the A tier, and now we're getting into an even higher class of sci-fi dads here. We've got Matthew McConaughey, of course, as Cooper in Interstellar. This is an incredibly sweet father-daughter relationship. I think this relationship gets bonus points for how much the movie is about the strength of their relationship and the lengths that they'll go to maintain that across unfathomable distances. However, he gets knocked from the S tier because he did straight up abandon her for a very long time. Now, he had good reasons, but you can't get in the S tier if you're abandoning your daughter on Earth for this long. Moving on from there, we've got Mads Mikkelsen as Galen Erso in Rogue One, another strong dad who was absent for a large portion of his daughter's life, but went to great lengths to protect her specifically, and also more generally with the way that he created a vulnerability in the Death Star. Good dad action there to make sure that not only is your daughter safe, but children all over are safe as well. Another one from an upcoming movie that I highly recommend, Romain Duret in The Animal Kingdom, which is an upcoming French movie coming out in the middle of March here in the States. This is a movie about humans mutating into creatures, and a father and a son who are looking for the missing mother of the family, who has been transforming into a creature and has gone missing. The father-son relationship of this movie is incredibly strong, and though the father starts the movie kind of on not the greatest footing with the son, the way that this relationship develops over the movie is very powerful. And now finally, we move into the S tier, the best dads of all sci-fi dads. First off, I'm going to go with Colin Farrell as Jake in After Yang. This is an underrated sci-fi movie from 2 years ago. Not enough people have seen it, but it's about a family unit with an adopted daughter and an android son, and the mourning that the family goes to when the android character deals with some health problems. It's a very touching story about found family and the different ways we care for each other, and Colin Farrell's role as a father who's incredibly supportive of this family that's not a conventional family unit is very powerful and brings him into the top echelon of sci-fi dads. But my personal favorite sci-fi dad, I think, has to be Christoph Waltz as Dr. Dyson Ido in Alita Battle Angel. His character becomes a father figure to Alita, naming her after his own dead daughter, but that identity isn't pushed on her as a replacement for his own daughter. Instead, he encourages her to find her own identity, to find her own personhood, and protects her and stands up for her at all costs, while also helping her stand up for herself. These are the great and less great sci-fi dads in sci-fi cinema, and I hope you enjoyed this.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Welcome back to Tier Pressure 2024. I'm going to get started here with my sci-fi megastructures tier list.
What is a megastructure?
So there's not even a really specific thing about it, but it's I would say this is nothing that humanity has really built before, because it's something that is too advanced for us. Maybe some alien civilizations out there have done it, but you just see them a lot in sci-fi, and they're just these massive, built things that in the case of all the ones I picked specifically, are ones you live on or inside of.
Okay.
Nice.
There are sci-fi megastructures that aren't that, like a Dyson sphere is a classic example of one, but that's really just a giant power structure around a sun. It's not
We
a
already
thing-
know how you feel about the orbs.
Yes,
so.
yeah, well, obviously.
Best
Been
tier.
there, done that.
But yeah, I guess some other just like ground rules. First of all, I'm not a scientist. I'll probably get things wrong about the science of these things.
What?
But, and it's also a list about how many, you can see down there, it's like ranked by how much it would suck to live on them. But just to be clear here, I don't want to make it confusing. S means it's a good place to live on. D means it's bad to live on. I don't want to be confused about what that means. And then finally, this list was partially inspired by a cool book I got on Kickstarter called Megastructures, the Visual Encyclopedia.
Cool.
They just did a second Kickstarter, which ended last week, so sorry about that. But yeah, art books are cool, and I like this one because there's just art about different kinds of megastructures in it. And I kind of reference it sometimes because this gave me some good history on some stuff. So let's get started.
Just to be clear, D is the suckiest.
Yes,
Okay.
that's the suckiest to live on.
If then statement points out that it's really then a rank of how nice it would be to live on.
It is, but I'm going to be talking more about, in some ways,
Do
how they
most
all
of them
suck.
just generally suck? I guess we'll find out.
So,
I mean, they all look pretty cool from what I can see.
okay, so the first one is an arcology. An arcology, and the example I have here is actually from that movie. I didn't see it, but Skyscraper, the Rock.
No.
But I'm trying to think, I'll bet chat has some other examples in movies and sci-fi, because technically arcology is any kind of like self-sufficient building. The idea is that it has power, it grows food, it filters and gets its own water. So you technically don't have to leave it, which I think is depressing, the idea that you have to live in a building and never leave it, because it's a self-sufficient
Kind of like
thing.
The Office, am I right?
There are some ways, I guess it could be better, but still, I'm going to put that in the middle. We're going to say that's a B tier.
See, now, I would consider that a good thing when ranking, because what happens when the apocalypse hits? You are already contained within a self-sufficient building.
So that's fair, but in sci-fi, I actually remember one of the things is this book I read called The Water Knife. And in that, it's kind of a post-apocalyptic structure a lot of times, because it's kind of like we've given up on all the ways for humans to live. Let's just simplify things and live in this one building.
Yeah. It's like silo above ground.
That's not a bad way to think about it. And I'm going to try to stand on the other
Tina,
side
would you
a bit
live
more.
in the arcology?
Yeah. I think it's like quite similar to, say, you know, the NYU dorms when they have like the food hall inside and they got a gym too. It's like
Yes,
Everything you
Basically
need is
that,
there.
right?
everything you need.
And good views, I
Well,
bet.
so here's the thing. I think this is a better version of this, basically, and that is a cloud city.
Woo!
So obviously Bespin in Star Wars is a good example of one of these, a cloud city. And these beautiful things, I'm going to say, is an S tier, who would want to live amongst the clouds.
So
Now-
it's just okay.
Now, I wouldn't. Obviously, I'm sure some people are going to a particularly bad example of one of those in BioShock Infinite, which that's not Cloud City's fault. But the reason I like this, I guess, is that you can kind of live on lots of different planets this way. You could live in a gas giant, just floating amongst the clouds. City, maybe it's a water planet. You can just float above the water. So it's, I guess you could say in some ways, practical. But it's also, you have outside. I guess there's something about the idea that it's in the sky, in the air. You could be in breathable atmosphere. You could
I
be
don't
outside.
know that I would.
Okay.
I think I would prefer to feel grounded.
Well,
You can never go swimming up there.
Well, then maybe,
I'll wave down at you in the arcology from
Sarah,
my
I
Cloud
get interested
City.
in you in an underground city.
Professor,
No.
Oh,
Yes?
Professor?
are you not scared of your Cloud City falling?
I mean, I
That's
guess
true.
it's a possibility, but a lot of these things could fail. So I maybe
Not the underground city.
that's true, and I give this one a lot of credit for that. That's why I have it pretty high. I have it as A tier because you are going to survive.
The lack of
Are
sunlight
you?
is
in the-
depressing.
Obviously it is, but I think any advanced civilization that can manage to live underground fully probably can make it look pretty nice.
Yeah.
What if there's an earthquake? What if it gets flooded with lava?
Yeah, that's also a question for the Sky City. Doesn't have to worry about that, but underground city, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm not a scientist, so I'll maybe it's possible that some planets, maybe where you built that, are not geologically active. So there's one way that I
There
can
you
get out
go.
of this.
No earthquakes on that city.
But here, like the example I'm using here is Zion. Again, hey, we brought up Matrix Revolutions again. And it's the last surviving city of humanity. So if it can
It's
survive,
true. It's the
obviously.
cockroach of
Yeah.
megastructures.
And you can make it look nice. I mean, that's up to you.
That
This
one
one
looks
doesn't
nice.
look nice.
I'd live there.
It's pretty industrial.
Also, you can fake sunlight now. In Silo, they have the screens that looks at the outside.
Okay, let's see.
I don't believe in it. Tina, would you rather live? We've got the 3 levels now. Which one
Up,
would you rather live
middle,
in?
down.
It is kind of.
I would go with just the skyscraper. I'd prefer not to be up or down.
The middle
Thank you,
ground.
Tina. I agree.
What about underwater?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, yes.
I'm putting
Yes.
the underwater city on a B.
Why? That's
Because
A or better, Clayton.
there's something to me, I don't know why, because we haven't gotten any of the space ones yet, actually, by chance, but there's something about the pressure
Yes.
of
yes,
being
yes,
underwater
yes,
that
yes.
just makes it feel more claustrophobic than the idea that there's nothing outside of
The
your
thing is,
spaceship
if we're building
versus-
underground cities, we've solved that problem
No.
already.
You can't trust
The thing
water.
is there are caves that don't just collapse. Like, there can be open underground. There can't be open underwater.
Yeah, everything is up to our own maintenance, and I don't trust.
I don't think it's a terrible thing. That's why it's not down here, because there is so much beauty under the sea.
Sure, but if something breaks or collapses, you just float up to the surface.
Yeah.
No. Do you remember what happened last June, Tara?
Okay, but this isn't in the Mariana Trench.
Neither is Titanic.
That's
Okay.
probably just below the surface. And
Ooh.
right? Isn't that kind of where Atlantis was? Like,
I mean, the
That
unfortunate
is kind of where
example I'm
Atlantis
using
was,
here
yeah.
is from BioShock, which is pretty far. And the book actually makes the point that, yeah, the deeper you would do an underwater city, the stronger it would have to be necessarily.
Yeah.
yeah,
it's
and there
much
would be no
stronger than-
sunlight.
No sunlight, too. Yep, just like
I'm
underground city.
imagining like Little Mermaid type city, you know?
I see.
Pat here.
Yeah, what that?
Sarah saying that she would just float up to the surface is like saying like, oh, if the elevator went down the shaft, I would just jump at the last second.
I would also do that. That's a great idea.
I mean, it can't hurt more, right? Right?
Okay.
Exactly. No, there's no possible way it could make anything worse.
Yeah.
So I don't want this to upset anyone, because I'm not referring to the series Discworld, which I do not know about, other than playing the board game Ankh-Morpork, which I enjoyed. But I think as a megastructure is stupid.
What
I don't
is
like
it?
it.
Ha!
It's just it's flat
basically
Earth.
Flat Earth, but
Okay.
real. And I'll give the book credit. It has a great depiction of a sci-fi version of like a built flat world. But as the book also points out, there's so many things that would make this a really difficult, weird thing to make. For example, if you had gravity on it, the way gravity would work is that it's still kind of going to the center of the disk. So the effect of walking on a disk world is that gravity would seem to get larger and larger the farther away you went from the center, because the center is still kind of pulling you
Oh,
towards
that's how
it.
they get you to not go near the edge.
So you make the disk, if you look at a cross section of it, like fatter at the edges and thinner in the middle, so there's more mass at the edges to kind of counterbalance that. And then also, like, where do you put a sun, or where is the sun if it's just floating in space? It's
Where do
you
put
have
a
to do
sun? Always a big
on the
problem.
back of elephants, on the back of a giant turtle for it to make sense. So as a sci-fi megastructure, I do not like it. It's stupid.
Okay. I don't know how I feel about that one.
So this
I would
one
live there.
is maybe the nicer version of the underground city. I guess it doesn't have to necessarily be completely underground, but it's the ceiling city. I also like that it can sometimes be called a chandelier city.
Ooh.
Another example, so this is from Evangelion. What is this thing called? There's like a specific name for it, but you could also think of the underneath Final Fantasy VII city.
Oh, Midgar.
Midgard kind of has some ceiling city to it.
A
Little bit.
It's,
It's not exactly. Most of it's above.
yeah.
But there's also the Deus Ex games have some of this too.
Ooh. But why?
So the thing that's interesting about it is like the skyscrapers would be the opposite on a ceiling city.
But why?
So what do you mean why?
So are you just walking upside down the whole time?
No. Think of a building just built upside down. It's attached to a ceiling. Like maybe it's the top of a cave.
Oh, wait.
In this case, it'd be the top of a huge structure. The book points out you could make a huge ring around Earth, and you could almost drape city from underneath that. Thank you. This is a weird one where they're above ground and they can go below ground. So it's like a special situation.
Oh, is that to protect them?
Yes, in this case, it's to protect them. This specific
How do you walk
case.
on the surface of it though, like outside the buildings?
I don't think you do.
You don't. If it's in ceiling mode in this case, or just in a
If
ceiling
it's in
city, you have
ceiling
to have a
mode.
very different kind of transportation between buildings.
Conceptually, I'm struggling.
Same.
Why
I'm
is
having
it,
a hard time
why is it on
visualizing
the ceiling? Why'd you put it there?
I mean, for one thing, you might have a cave.
But why am I not on the floor of the cave?
Maybe it's water. The cave is water.
Girls need
What
to
is this
lie on
from?
floors.
This one is from
If we
Evangelion.
can't do that, then we'll die.
There is a floor. You're still in a building.
I don't trust it.
I'm not.
I'm still in the sky.
Yeah,
upside
I'm not
down
gonna
building.
No,
acknowledge this
I don't
as being
support
real.
this. Yeah.
I personally really like the modular aspect of it. How it can, you shift from like above ground to like you can flip underground. I like it.
It has like a.
Hater.
B.
It has a-
Clayton.
yeah, it has a-
B. That's B for bullshit.
But now hold on. You don't even think it exists. What do you think it should be?
D. Obviously, it's not a real thing.
We don't believe in
Kids
it. We
pat
don't
him back
trust
on
it.
stream.
Yes.
I
the whole
believe.
idea
I
is that
believe
it's-
more in flat Earth than I do in ceiling city.
Okay.
We really
imagine a
hate it.
world where you always needed access to an emergency bunker. The idea here is that the emergency bunker is whatever building you're in. The building becomes a bunker by just falling underground.
How does it fall though?
Like on big rails.
Yeah.
But steel's
But
heavier
then why
than
not just build
feathers.
the buildings underground to begin with?
Yeah.
Simone and I are calling bullshit here, okay? I'm
Tina,
sorry.
I get that you're okay with the
Fine.
ceiling
Does it
city,
matter
but
that
Yeah.
it's like bullshit? Like
You're-
the Cloud City is
Wow,
also
I didn't know
bullshit.
Tina was in on
no,
this.
Cloud City is so cool and everyone loves it and thinks it's awesome.
Yeah, I guess the thing about these is some of them are interchangeable or can be both. You could have a ceiling city hanging from a cloud city, for example.
Chat, what are we saying about
No.
Ceiling City? Is it real or is it something that Clayton made up?
Well, Clarodactyl agrees with me that girls gotta have floor time.
There is a floor. You're in a building. I'm going to move on to the O'Neill cylinder.
Sure.
That also sounds made up.
Okay.
The O'Neill cylinder.
No, this is real.
So
to
this
me.
is actually an old NASA drawing, which I really like, back from when they were thinking of ridiculous things we were going to do in 1980. But essentially what it is it's a habitat it can be like a long tube that rotates, so you have gravity. And you have landscape, cities, lakes, whatever, all you want on the inside of that tube. You can use mirrors with glass panels to bring in sunlight from the outside, or you can have a rail on the inside providing light, like a sun, turn it on and off as you want.
I love a rail.
If you've seen Gundam, mini Gundam series, use just ripped off this NASA design, which I love. I'll admit that's partially why I'm biased towards it, but I think it has everything you want to live in space.
Interesting.
I give
like
this one S tier.
I think it's good. I agree.
There's been a lot of thought put into this one, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it was used as a weapon in Gundam, but that's not its
Can't win
fault.
them all.
That's not its fault.
That's not the sci-fi megastructure's fault.
And I guess I can just move right into this one because in my mind, it's kind of the not as good version of the O'Neill sphere. It's called a Bernal sphere. And I don't actually have any good examples of this, but this art is something from the book. You just basically think of the same idea of O'Neill, but it's spherical. And that's why the landscape is weirder, the gravity gets weirder because you have much less gravity near the parts that aren't spinning as much.
Wait, what book is this from?
So this is just from this book, because this one I can't find
okay.
many examples of it in sci-fi besides some like books.
Isn't Bernal from, isn't that a foundation
No, this is
thing?
actually, okay, the cool thing I did find about it is it was thought up by a guy named John Bernal in 1929, I think. So it was like a pretty long before we were doing much in space.
Sounds like an Elden Ring NPC.
But yeah, so
Why does that sound familiar?
I just put it down a little bit because it's cool, but it's basically to me a not as good O'Neill sphere.
I think it's pretty
Completely
dope.
agree.
Yeah. And I guess just to say
The
the gravity
cylinder is
about this,
far better.
that's cool. Oh, some examples of O'Neill spheres, I guess. There's another one,
Cylinders. Not spheres.
Babylon 5. I think they're essentially living in an O'Neill sphere. And I feel like there's some other
You keep
things.
saying sphere when you mean cylinder.
Cylinder, thank you, cylinder. I got them. The O'Neill, the cool thing about this design is the center of it has no gravity. So in some sense, it would be very easy to like jump from one side to the other. Remember the ceiling being the land above you.
Yeah.
But you could also run a very efficient monorail there because there'd be almost no like gravity. You get the 0G monorail
Yes.
and fly to the other end of the
Love
tube.
that.
Yes. Great.
Again, practical. Okay, so this is probably the most mega structure I have on here. And it's something called the Alderson disk. The only time I've really seen this used in something besides, there are books, but the video game, big sci-fi 4X game, Stellaris. I got it. Stellaris. Some mods let you make a Anderson disk, which is a solar system-sized flat world.
What?
Actually, the guy, Joe Monroe, I think, the guy who makes XKCD, has this very funny research paper he submitted NASA to get comment on that was about, like, we should flatten the solar system into a big disk, which is technically an Alderson disk. It's just that if you did that with our solar system, Mars would be a disk like 1 centimeter thin. Jupiter would be like, I was thinking like the diameter of Jupiter would be like 50 feet or something. But anyway, it's a massive, massive thing. So it's very silly that this would be made. But at least you have like the sun at the center makes some more sense, as this book points out. You could have a whole other like continent on the other side. Like gravity would still work the same way.
Yeah.
Like this has to work. And the sun could just kind of move up and down.
What?
So that they would get one side would be getting
like this
day
is the
and
disk
one's
and
getting
the sun
night.
is going like this?
Yeah, and one's getting night and day and the other's getting night and day.
Whoa,
so
because
this
you're on
one-
opposite sides of the
But it's
disk.
a galaxy, right?
Well, a solar system. It's a
Oh,
disk
it's a
the
solar
size of a
system.
solar system.
Okay, because it looks like a galaxy.
Yeah,
in the photo.
this image does a little bit. But
So what?
This is
so
nuts.
in that image,
Mm-hmm.
the different colored rings are different planets.
it's more like different topographies, like a desert. It looks like
Oh, so this is one planet.
winter out there, kind of. You could also think of it as a giant planet, but yeah.
Because it's a superstructure.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
So this one is just, I still am annoyed by the idea of it,
Clayton.
but it's a little better than a disk world. So I'm putting it D.
It makes more sense to me than the disc world, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So this image. Did you have something, Tina? I can still. I haven't asked in a bit.
Hi.
Hi. Okay. So space elevator.
Love
Now,
that.
I also maybe making a reach here that it's something you would live on, but the thing about a space elevator is, I guess a simple example or simple description is a giant, probably cable-ish sort of thing, stretching from the surface of a planet all the way into space. You have to do a counterweight at the end to keep it there, and then you can move stuff up and down very easily. And you probably want it very big. The thing about it, though, is if it's not like literally a rocket launch, it would have to go pretty slow to the point where you might spend a day or two on it. So people would be like on, yeah, it depends. But I also just wanted to point out some other things about this that make it stupid, is that if you have the ability to get to space already, and you can build this thing, it's so hard to build one, it probably doesn't make sense anymore at that point to build one. And if it breaks, which is not that hard for it to do, you have to make this out of something so strong that it can support itself. If it hits the planet, it is excellently laid out in this book by Kim Stanley Robinson, Red Mars. It would loop around the planet a couple of times, and the whole time burning like it's on fire because it's re-entering the atmosphere, and it would cause like the force of a couple nuclear bombs in the actual location it's hitting the Earth. So it would be a very, very bad thing.
But
I actually think that's
looping
quite
around
funny.
the Earth implies that it's a flexible material, right?
Yeah, you make it out of like a diamond carbon nanotube. That's what scientists theorize.
Now, Foundation did have something like that. The Sky Bridge, is that what it was? And it did fall, and it killed a
It was
lot of
real bad.
people.
I forgot. That's another very good example of how catastrophically bad a space elevator
Why
can
has
be.
nobody made an action
That's
movie
it.
about a space elevator falling over?
That is the plot of an episode
I hope
of
they
Foundation.
make Red
Whoops.
Mars. He's got a whole trilogy of Mars books that I think actually would be really
Asimov
neat.
already did it for us.
Ring
Okay,
World!
going to a classic one. I'm sure a lot of people got a lot of fans out there for the Ring World. Maybe
like
you've
Ring World.
heard
Woo!
of
Give it up for
Halo.
Ring World.
I want to be able to see the other half of the planet from where I'm standing. Like, I want to be
I
able to
think
see
that's
China
cool.
from here
Yeah, I think it would be cool to be like
with a
look
super
over there.
high-powered telescope.
I think that's cool too.
So pretty classic one. I found out that there's a technical name also called like a bishop ring, which was a scientist in like 1997 kind of figured this out. The like size you would need to make one where its own like centrifugal force not only obviously makes like gravity for people, but it would actually could just be open because it would keep the atmosphere in too.
Ooh.
So you wouldn't have to worry about it. The only thing you would need are the walls on the edge.
To keep people from walking off.
And also to like literally keep the atmosphere in.
Now, what happened if you launched yourself
Wait.
into space right into the center of Ring?
I mean,
Where would you fall?
I don't know.
Would you just be suspended there if
Oh
you
no, it
found
would
the
be
exact
similar
center
to
point?
being the center of a O'Neill ring. There's no gravity there.
How
There's
big are
no
the
centrifugal
walls?
gravity there.
So you would just float there.
Yeah, you would, just like you would if you're in the center of one of these.
How do walls keep the atmosphere in?
You have to think of the atmosphere in this sense like a liquid. It should be
Why?
Because that's kind of how that's kind of what a gas is.
Why don't we have walls on Earth?
Because it's a sphere. There's nowhere for it to leak. Like I know this sounds weird, but it's not just because it's gravity. It's because in this case it's literally centrifugal gravity. So in this case, the gravity in a ring world is being created by things being pushed against the surface.
We're breaking Simone's brain right
So in
now.
that sense, the atmosphere literally is being pushed against this surface, and it keeps it there,
Okay.
just like it keeps us there. But if you don't have these walls, it will literally kind of spill over the side.
What the fuck?
I think I'm getting this right. Again, I am not a scientist. So
It makes perfect sense to me.
but it helps to think of
I'm
gas.
sorry, you got 2 minutes. I'm sorry for derailing.
Gas like a
Let's
water.
go.
But I think this one's really
don't
cool.
Don't bother to
I don't
explain
love
it to me.
I'll admit though, this is exactly why I don't quite give it an S, is I don't like this idea that those would have to be giant walls. And there's
Yeah.
something to me that's a little weird about like
That's right.
having these huge walls keeping the world in that I don't know.
No.
This is
That's kinda
nicer.
dope,
It's
though,
still nicer to
because-
me.
And then eco-terrorists will blow them up.
Exactly. But
They
it'd be
could blow a lot
cool.
of these
Our
up.
weak
but
point is right there.
But they'd
what's-
also be fucking themselves up.
How am I doing on time? I only got 2 more.
Yep, 2 minutes.
Oh, perfect. Oh, I'll go quick. Okay. I really like this one because of the name I learned. Ecumenopolis.
Woo!
Ecumenopolis, city-wide planet.
That's sick.
Love that.
Coruscant is the best example, probably.
Yes.
But there are others out there. I think it's neat, but I learned some things. If a planet this size and you kind of kept the population the same size you'd expect a population to be, it would be in the trillions.
Yes.
you would have a legitimate crisis of temperature created by that many living beings to the point where you'd have to ship heat off the planet somehow.
Interesting.
In a big
Not even
What if we
considering
just
all
got
of
more ACs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there are ways to literally do that, but this book makes the point of that. It is.
We have animals.
But that's the other
Yeah,
thing that
what
it
are
ultimately
they
makes me
eating,
kind
though?
of sad. Is like I love the big city. I'm here in New York City, and I like it, but I like that there's wildlife and nature at the edge, and you keep going further than that there is there wildlife. Not city.
Yeah, that's the type of place where I'd want to like vacation for a week. I would not want to live there.
So
Yeah.
it's neat. It's neat. I'm gonna put it A, but it's still there's some things that make me sad about it.
I'm assuming that structure exists in a future where we've eliminated our need to process organic material and we are instead just consuming plastic all day.
Super.
Okay, so this one, I guess this one actually we do have an example of it. So it's seasteads.
Hell yeah.
And here I have an image of Sealand, which was there's a great Wikipedia article about it. It's weird people saying they have a nation because they took over an oil platform. But the whole idea of it, if you look into seasteading, there's a thing called the Seasteading Institute. It's a whole it's so associated with libertarianism that it's just not going to rank high on mine. And the principles of it, of just I get it. It's cool living out there on the water. So I'm not going to put it down at the bottom, but it's been tarnished more than perhaps any of these others.
It's just a non-floating boat in the ocean.
It could float. You
a
could
big
make a
platform.
gigantic floating city, but it's an artificial island you could think of.
What? Okay.
This is a good ranking.
That is
this
the
is my
least
ranking.
impressive of all
I'm
these.
really
I mean, I did say.
about
I mean,
a
like
lot
I was
of
going to say, as I did set this as things we have never accomplished. Technically, we've done that.
Yeah.
Every oil platform is a seastead, you could think,
Yeah.
but it's not that
That's.
interesting.
When
you
we
have
make
a cool
Water
one,
World,
which
we'll
is
do seasteading.
there have been tons of these wild ideas to put essentially a arcology seastead in Tokyo Bay. Tons of these ideas were pitched, and I don't know if some of them were serious. I think some were serious somewhat, but so there can be cool seasteading, but generally no. So
Okay.
and that's my tier list. Any
Wow.
questions?
So it sounds like an O'Neill cylinder.
I would live
In
in
a
the
cloud
O'Neill
city.
cylinder.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think you could do a cloud city in I think maybe cylinder.
Okay. Yeah. Either way.
I'm open to trying.
Yeah, Tina?
I just said, oh.
Oh.
I think I'd prefer the O'Neill cylinder over the cloud city, but
That's fair.
Yeah. I'm pro cylinder.
Cylinder.
I know that might be surprising considering
Cylinder
some
or
of my
cloud?
opinions. Tina, cylinder or cloud?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I would go cylinder.
okay.
Cylinder.
We're
Yes,
agreed.
I
right,
won the
Polygon
audience
will
over.
Cylinders
the
S
cylinder.
plus tier.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Clayton.
That's done. I need to rest my voice.
Okay, we're gonna take a quick break. I believe we've got Pat's tier list coming up over the break, and then after that, we're gonna be back with me ranking all of the Dune characters by how much I want to smash. It's gonna be terrible and extremely problematic. Thank you.
Hello, we're going to make a tier list of nonsense Star Wars idioms because the franchise has a lot of those, and they're a lot of fun to say. So here we go. We're going to grab making the Kessel Run in under 12 parsecs because I think it's a really good jumping off point for talking about Star Wars idioms, because all of them I think are really fantastic until they start to get hammered down by the obsessive need to actually understand what they mean. And I think making the Kessel Run in under 12 parsecs is the ideal of that. It's a very fun thing to say about a ship that makes you go, wow, that ship must be really fast. But then 40 years later, when you make the movie where you show what the Kessel Run looks like, that kind of thing I think would push something like that, making the Kessel Run in under 12 parsecs down from an S to a C. So we're going to leave that down in C. Hive of scum and villainy. Just a collection of words that feel good to say together. Very handy for describing a friend's house. Scruffy looking nerf herder. I'm sure if I got on the Star Wars wikis and looked up what a nerf looks like, there'd be entries on nerf herders and how many galactic credits a year nerf herders make, and I'd find a bunch of stuff that would ruin it for me, but they haven't made a movie yet called like Nerf Herder that's just about like what a nerf herder does. So this one I think is S tier for me. The delivery of it, fantastic. Comes from a very good scene in the film, especially when Han objects to looking scruffy, but he's fine with nerf herder. So S tier for me. Moof Milker, I would say, is A, just below that. Again, nonsense. I don't know what a moof looks like. Thinking about how milking one might go is a lot of fun. So that's going to be A for me. Wanna buy some death sticks. This one is really good. It's got to be an A or a B for me. I think it's got to be an A because the delivery is very good. It's so literal, the idea that like somebody would sell you drugs called death sticks. That kicks ass. Laser Brain, that's a D tier one. That is some really lazy sci-fi writing. It's like calling someone like Space Brain, or like you're writing a pirate movie and you're like, oh, this guy's got gold on the brain. It's like, yeah, I gotta think a little bit better. Jizz, S tier. Bantha fodder means like bantha food. It's like the food that the big hairy elephant things eat. I think it's C tier. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. This is kind of more of a quote than an idiom. I guess it's sort of an idiom, but it's very funny and ironic to say, and I think it's been pointed out a lot that it is an absolute to say this, so I'll put this in B. Bullseyeing Womp Rats in my T16 Skyhopper. This one is a ton of fun. You understand what is being said in it, but actually, you know what? Maybe Womp Rat is it's a little too easy to track. So I'm going to put that in B, above Only a Sith deals in absolutes. But it is fun to say. Strong enough to pull the ears off a Gundark. Now, this is another one where I'm pretty sure we know what a Gundark looks like now and why it would be impressive that you're able to pull one of their ears off. But the fact that when it was said in whichever Star Wars film it was, maybe Empire, that we had no idea what a Gundark looked like, and I was like, geez, they must have really cool ears, strong-ass ears on these Gundarks. I think this one's A. Maybe above of Moof Milker for me. Poodoo, that's got to be C tier. Interestingly, I think it means food instead of poop, and I think they should have just let it be poop. Hutties Nonsense. I really like this stuff. This is all the stuff that like the criminals and stuff say to each other. It's like a criminal cant, and anytime someone's like wana wanga uta chuta, that's Hutties probably. I want to put an A tier, but now that I've said it, it's like, is it racist? So we'll put that in C tier. May the Force be with you. Boring. If it's a thing from the movie. It's an idiom that exists in the movie. When somebody says it to you in real life, you're like, what's up? Why you like that? Put that in D tier. Meatbag. This is a more recent one from, I think, The Mandalorian, and it's a thing that droids call humans, and I really like it when a universe has a sort of, not quite a slur for humans, but a derogatory term for them. So I'll put that in high B. And then there's always a bigger fish. This one kind of vexed me as a kid. I went to go see episode 1, and Qui-Gon says this after a big fish eats another big fish. He says it like it's an existing idiom, but then they've just seen it literally unfold behind him. So maybe he's just literally describing what they saw. So it's really confusing. I can't rate this one. So that's my Star Wars tier list. Thank you.
Yeah.
We're in.
Hey, I can't see myself.
Yeah.
I'm assuming I'm live. Hello, everyone, and welcome to my tier list, the Smash Hour.
Oh.
No,
Tara's mic is
my
not
mic
on.
was muted because I went pee-pee in the potty earlier, okay?
Yay!
I am back
Yay
now.
for that.
Tara, you can't be throwing away moisture like that. You have to
I'm
recycle it
sorry,
back into your
you're
body.
Speaking of moisture, I will be ranking the Stars of Dune based on how much I want to smash. I want to make a few things clear before I start this ranking. So I actually had another tier list idea in mind this morning, which was ranking sci-fi planets by how much I would want to own a summer home there. And then as I started thinking through it, I was like, actually, most of my favorite sci-fi movies take place on Earth, just a distant version of Earth. So it actually would have been kind of boring. So then I was like, what else can I do? Dune 2 came out recently. I saw it. I love it. Raise your hand here if you've seen Dune 1. Raise your hand if
Yay.
you've seen Dune 2. What?
What?
I'm trying to get the IMAX tickets. I
Cleve,
want to
you're
see
the
it in
biggest
IMAX.
nerd of all of us.
I
How have
know.
you
You're
not
holding out
seen
for
it?
IMAX?
Yeah, I am.
Good Lord.
Wow.
Okay. Raise your hand if you've read the book. Okay,
I know
good.
the story.
This is, to be clear, going to be based off of the, how do you say, Denis Villeneuve? It's going to be based off of his adaptation of Dune, because I do not want to smash Kyle
You
MacLachlan.
do not. Wait, you do not want to smash Kyle
No, I
MacLachlan?
don't. And that's my first provocative statement.
I'm walking
of this
out of here.
evening.
I'm done with this. This is bullshit.
My point in saying all of this is that I'm woefully unprepared for this, and I'm also very sick right now, so my energy is a little bit low. My voice is a little bit hoarse. Please bear with me. I am going to ask that you two help me decide how much I want to smash each of these people. This is going to be a cooperative
Okay,
effort,
boss.
okay?
You're making this a compliment.
Let's start first. Paul Atreides.
Smash.
It's not a yes or no thing. It's not binary.
Oh.
Obviously, this is going to be in the top tier, but are we thinking S or no? It's S. I'm sorry.
No.
It was like A or S.
No,
so-
I think, okay, hear me out. I'm gonna, sometimes a boy can be so pretty that he never learns to try.
That's true. However,
And he's
Okay.
literally like the son of a duke. When has he ever had to try?
here's the thing, though. He is like the quiet, silent type, which I would consider a positive.
Yeah.
Another positive, he's obviously handsome. Let's talk about the cons. He drinks his own piss. for
Drinks
one.
his own piss.
Okay.
Yep, drinks it.
Con number 2,
And
he
poop.
could control you with his mind, so he could kind of like make you do what stuff you don't
Depends
want to
on
do.
what point we're smashing in the timeline of Dune.
I'm gonna say like Paul Atreides after he's become like Paul
Boopies outside
Atreides.
Iraq. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I would put him at a highest because he's good looking, which helps. But again, I stand by my but I mean oh no, don't say words.
He is a tender lover in the Dune film.
It's true. Actually, yeah. So Chani is a character who does
That-
not have to
yes.
put up with any bullshit.
Exactly.
And if she's enjoying the smash,
However,
S tier.
I almost might. Okay, no, because we're getting into stuff that's not Smash territory here, and the fact that he
Thank you, Laser
proposes
Big
to Princess whatever her name,
Yeah.
Florence Pugh, at the end of the movie really pisses me off.
Not
okay,
hot. Can I say something?
Yes.
In Dune, they don't waste a single drop of moisture. And that's all I'm going to say about
Okay.
that.
Noted.
Moving on.
Moving on to Duke Leto Atreides.
Smash!
Smash. I mean,
S.
I don't need to know anything about his character to know that I want to smash Oscar Isaac, okay? If there was a tier above S, it would be him. Also, I mean, who can resist a man in uniform,
Yeah.
really?
I want that beard, and I want that beard.
I mean, if you're saying if there's a tier above S, you would put him there. Shouldn't Timothée Chalamet go down?
That's exactly what
That's
we're
honestly
saying.
the thing, is that like Charlotte doesn't deserve to be there.
I see your point. However, if there was a tier above S, Oscar Isaac would be the only man in it. And I do feel that while, you know what, I'm just going to actually move Timmy down just a tiny bit.
8.5.
The implication that he could grow up to look like that.
Oh, see, now Timothy Chalamet with a beard.
But we do know what he grows up to be.
Also, I don't think he could grow a beard. Not one as glorious as Oscar Isaac's. I mean, that's just science.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Duke Leto is like almost a little too sensitive and good for this world.
He is, and he's very loyal.
Yeah.
Tender lover.
Tender lover.
On the flip side, we have Fade Harkonnen.
Fade Routha.
Now, you might think that I would put this in the D tier, but you would be wrong.
I know I'm wrong. Tara, what are you about to do?
I'm gonna put this guy up in S tier.
I think I just heard Pat make like a soft noise
And
of
let me
discomfort.
explain why.
Smooth aerodynamic.
No.
No smoke fire.
Gaze upon this photo, if you will.
No. Take that down.
Now, the Harkonnen are known for being very brutalist, very military-like,
Yeah.
no nonsense, okay?
Yeah.
And when I'm smashing, I like no nonsense,
True.
okay?
Yeah.
Also, we know he's strong. He looks like he might be a little mean to me.
Yeah.
Which
He'd
is a
definitely be mean to
positive.
you.
And he does smash in the movie.
He
And
does.
we know he's fertile. Not that this is smashing for the purposes of reproduction, but I'm just saying, we know he's not sexually incontinent.
We know he's gonna pop a load off.
Yeah.
He does also slit several women's throats.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. All
into
right.
it.
All right.
into
All right.
The eyebrows are the only thing
I hope everyone's learning a lot
that
about
give
Dune.
me pause,
The eyebrows
but
are
not
the only
enough
thing.
pause.
The only thing.
The only thing.
Yes.
What if you
Or
like
the
had a
lack
cute
thereof.
date where you draw eyebrows onto him?
Wait, sorry, say that again.
You had a cute date where you draw eyebrows onto him, like you do
Oh, like
his
with Sharpie?
makeup. No, like with the eyebrow pencil.
See, I don't, as much as I don't like him without eyebrows, I think it would be better than him with eyebrows.
I see.
I just don't think that he's
Can we
built for that.
get an artist representation of Fade Routha Harkonnen with eyebrows? Somebody.
I would love that, please.
Somebody in chat.
Yeah.
Okay, next up we have the Reverend Mother,
Okay.
who honestly scares me, but I dig the look.
So cool.
It's a very sexy look, right?
So good. Yeah.
I mean, imagine smashing, well, enrobed, encloaked, if you will, in just black mesh.
Who's saying that paint box don't have another setting?
Hey.
That what the, ooh, all right. You know what, I'm gonna put her as a B.
I feel like it'd be less of a physical experience and more of a like sort of psychic transference of energy.
Yeah, like almost like tantric.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel, yeah. That said, I don't find her physically attractive. However, the tantric aspect of it, you're right, is
Are we
titillating.
even gonna get into like what she could do with the voice?
I don't like the voice.
Okay.
It turns me off.
Okay.
It scares, it's
So
too
you
scary.
request no, please don't.
Okay. Johnny.
What if she made you like the voice with the voice? Johnny.
I'm gonna put her as an A.
Hot.
She's hot,
Hot as hell.
objectively. Not as hot as
Very
either of the
straightforward
Atreides
as
men.
well. Very
But-
businesslike.
I mean, I put
She's
her in
good.
this, but somebody was saying in chat that were they expecting you were just gonna do S the whole time?
no.
I mean, I
started out, with the cream of the crop here, but
Zendaya is one of the world's beautiful people.
That's the thing is I cannot imagine them being in not the same tier.
Yeah, she and Paul to me have to be
Like,
equals.
I can
I think
take
it just comes down to preference at that point because it's like, it's Tara's tier list. Like, of course, I would not put Timothy above Zendaya, but if that's how
one
you
in
feel,
there-
that's how you feel.
Yeah, no one in their right mind would put Timothy above Zendaya, but this is Tara.
this is me. And I'll tell you why. I feel like the Fremen never shower.
Yes, somebody just pointed that out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
And technically, Paul does become a Fremen, but I feel like he's still got some of that old world hygiene practice about him, you know? He seems like he would probably not fully adopt all of their ways.
The Fremen is a
presumably-
self-cleaning organ, says Pat.
What is?
Sick.
The Fremen. He might be quoting something, I don't know.
I wonder.
Does he mean the frenulum?
The Fremen.
Okay.
What?
The Fremen.
Don't look that up. Next up,
I'm just saying, I think you probably got like a good, your body's like, what are those little ecosystems called that you can put in a jar?
like a terrarium.
Well,
Yeah, I think if you've got a suit that can turn your piss into water that you can drink, you have a suit that can turn the sweat into like soap.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I
What
don't
is
know.
the?
It just
I'm
seems like it
thinking
would be
about-
smelly under there, and I don't like that.
I'm having a lot of thoughts right now, and they're very complicated
Tell
and
me about them.
confusing. I don't even know where to begin with them. I'm thinking about the sweat. Where does
Because-
smell? Hey, where does smell come from? What's smell? If the sweat's being sucked off and into the suit and recycled, then is there smell?
well, it's the stuff
Well,
in the water.
bacteria is what
of-
causes smell.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe there's some
Well,
kind of
body odor smell.
purification
Yeah.
happening in the suit.
I genuinely
Yeah,
don't know
Frank
because their head
Herbert?
isn't covered. What happens to the sweat glands on their head?
I was thinking about that when they were having sex. Like where there's a lot of sweat on the face. Where's it going? They weren't
If all the
wearing.
germs are getting sucked off,
The
like
germs are getting sucked off too?
Not all.
so that they can drink the piss, that's the smell. So they must have like a smell module that they can take off and throw off of the suit a few days.
Oh.
module.
Maybe they have like a little like pouch that they open and the smell comes out.
Okay.
Yeah,
they also
stink
have
collector.
they have hoods, and obviously like the movie is not going to put its beautiful actors in hoods a lot.
Yeah.
But I'm sure in the books they're always in the hoods.
That's true. That's true. Okay.
But that looks like just muslin cloth. We could debate this forever. Let's move on. Dr. Yue,
Hot.
not a central character in the
Yeah.
film, but big enough that I included him on this list. However, he doesn't excite me, and I feel like this would be very brisk clinical sex, and I don't like that. I feel like he would be able to like touch me and tell me if he would be wanting to tell me what my heart rate is.
Now
you know?
hold on. The thing we know about him, if I'm not mistaken, is he betrayed the family because his wife was being held hostage.
Yes.
Deeply loves his wife.
Yes.
He could be a very tender lover. You don't know.
But maybe he doesn't want Tara at all.
Exactly. He's too into his wife. I'm sorry, but he's
Okay.
D.
Wife guy?
You said you wanted to know, like, have reasons, so.
Yeah.
That's
So
a
there's
fair
a difference
point.
between
I am
the-
taking it into consideration, and I am choosing to ignore it.
Okay.
So the straightforwardness of Fade Routha, yes. But the clinical straightforwardness of Dr. Yue.
Yes,
It's-
there's
it's a bridge too
passion
far.
in this.
Ah,
this is
heat.
passionless.
Yes, the heat.
Yes.
All right, fair enough.
Also, I would fear for my life a little bit, which makes it more exciting.
Adrenaline.
Speaking of adrenaline,
Hey.
hello,
Hello.
Duncan, Idaho, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, ladies.
Oh.
He's going. Oh God.
See, I think the thing, you really could have done an all S tier list here.
I really could have.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put him in A. No,
Smash.
Really? You're thinking about this?
The thing is, everyone in this movie is beautiful.
I know.
Right.
All right, he's
You
going.
set
He's
yourself
going.
up for
No,
this.
no. I'm sorry. I have to stay true to my heart here. He's going in A.
No.
He is hot. He is hot, but he is not as hot.
I don't.
As
I
these.
can't believe
I would
this.
have no problem with this if Chalamet was not also at A. It's just the weirdness of Chalamet being above these people.
It's just wrong to us.
Not you. It's fair.
I'm
It's,
sorry. These are just. I like little fancy mans.
You kind of do, actually.
I want to just throw this little fancy man around.
Yeah. I see that. I get that. Tina, am I correct in assuming that Duncan Idaho would be S tier for you?
Yeah.
Look, look, he's attractive, okay, but he's a little bit chuggy. Let's be honest here. I mean,
What?
He's the
I call it like I see
he
it.
is the ideal himbo.
He is
Yeah.
the ideal himbo.
Huh? Duncan Idaho is canonically incredible at sex.
Didn't know that.
What? Really?
Tell us
How?
more.
Tell us more.
I mean, as much as you're allowed to on Twitter or Twitch, I guess.
Tell us everything.
Find a way to say it and get around our censorship bot.
While Little Gay Ghost is telling us about how well Duncan Idaho smashes, I will move on to Princess Irulan, who has maybe the dopest outfits of anyone in the entire movie. However, as a character, she sucks, and I just don't like her. So I'm putting her in C.
I don't think she smashes.
I don't think she smashes.
Okay.
You know what? Or that's all she does,
They have
but not in a good way.
more facts about Duncan. They cloned him 1,000,000 times because he's so good at sex.
What?
Okay, hang on. Is he married in the movie?
I don't remember seeing a wife or husband
Is
in it.
this all just a ruse to get me to move him to S tier? Because I'll do it. Tell me more
It's
facts
just- or
about
it's just
Duncan
like-
Idaho fucking.
He's breeding stock for thousands of years. What? Mr. Waru.
Is this?
Listen, we don't
What?
have time.
We don't have time. We don't have time.
Yeah,
All
you're
right.
at 9. You got 9 minutes.
You
So
know
we're
my
good.
position.
Gurney Halleck.
Gurney Halleck.
I love Josh Brolin. I don't love him in the Dune movies. I don't know why. I think he's just too. He's too basic. He's a little too chuggy for me as well.
I'm with you on this.
Like everyone else here has a unique look about them, and then they were like, let's just get an old white man. I'm gonna put him. I'm gonna put him in C. I mean, everyone on this list is conventionally attractive, but do I
Yeah.
want to smash? I don't know that I do.
Tara, for almost the first time, we are completely united.
Thank you.
Yes.
I might have said B, but I was too distracted by another fact. Duncan Idaho once climbed a wall so good he made a woman orgasm.
Okay,
What?
all right, now I know this is made up.
You guys might be getting me out there, but I still think it's funny.
Stilgar. Now, I don't consider myself a Javier Bardem stan.
No.
I like him. He's fine. In this movie, he is obnoxious as fuck. And while this one photo of him is quite hot, I don't think he looks attractive in the rest of the movie.
No. No,
I mean, this
Tara,
photo
no.
is doing it for me, but
Tara,
gosh.
no. He's A at like A.
No.
A.
No, he's a
Bardem?
follower, you know?
Stilgar?
I feel like he would worship me during sex, and I don't know how I feel about that.
Do you think you really?
Me? Excuse
You?
me?
He also-
What does that mean? Am I not
Are
worthy
you
of being-
Wadib?
Am I not
Are
worthy
you?
of being
Lisa
worshipped? I'm just
Al-Gaib?
saying, this guy goes along with whatever anyone says. He's gullible.
I mean, he was resistant, pretty resistant. He was a leader of his own siege, right? Before he
Also,
came into contact.
we're getting back to
He's
the
hot.
smelliness
He's
issue here.
competent.
I
He's
think he became
spiritual.
like friends kind of with Idaho.
I'll put him in B tier just because of your protesting, but just know that I don't like it.
All right. It's a compromise.
All right, Lady Jessica.
Oh.
Now,
is
in this
tough.
incarnation, I'd probably give her a D because she terrifies me.
She's scary.
She actually is very scary. And I don't think I want to smash her at all.
I think I have to agree with you
Even
on
like
this.
at any point throughout the movie, really.
Yeah.
She's just kind of an asexual being to me. And she terrifies me, but
Yeah.
not in a sexy way.
Tina, how do you feel about Stilgar? Sorry.
Yeah, not a huge fan.
Thank you.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that.
Okay. Glossu Raban? Is that how you say it? I don't know. Dave Bautista.
This is tough.
I
yeah.
actually don't know. Like,
We got the Batista in there.
I would put this as D. I
He's too
do not like
mad.
him. He is scary to me. His head is too veiny.
he's yelling all the
Why
time.
can't you be more like Fane?
And he's making bad strategic decisions as well.
Yeah, I know.
Every time someone's like, "Hey, should we not do this thing?" He's like, "Shut the fuck up," and rips your head off.
Yep.
And I'm like, "That's
Why is
chill
Wolverine
out.
last?
Yeah.
We could be having fun here."
Okay. The Baron Harkonnen.
Good
wow.
image.
Not a werewolf. You can tweet that at me at DoomQuasar or send it to me on Instagram at DoomQuasar. The image of Phaedra with eyebrows. And I...
Yes.
Oh,
Send it to
Yes.
Pat on Discord or
I will send it to
Simone
Pat. Yeah.
will send it. Okay. Baron Harkonnen. How are we feeling, y'all? This is divisive.
Really?
Is it?
Is it?
Tara?
Is it?
Tara?
I don't know.
Tara?
I don't know.
I don't think it's divisive. I think it's pretty clear.
We don't, I mean, yes, we don't have an F tier on here.
Now.
F for fuck. What? Sorry, go on. The goop.
The goop. He can float in the air.
That's pretty sick.
I feel like somebody told me that he has a sex disease so bad it made him like that.
Who keeps lying to you about
I know,
dude?
that's not something from here. It's something from, I think, my
It's just
friends
something
who
that you
read it,
know.
It's like, I think that happened in the prequels.
What is
Okay,
this?
it's true.
First of all,
It is
what
a
is a sex disease?
Like he got it for having sex with someone.
Like a sexually transmitted disease?
Yes.
That's what made him like this?
Essentially.
Okay, all right. I have to put him in D tier then.
I mean,
see, now I've turned Simone a little bit. Tell me why you think I should not put him in D tier.
clearly he was fucking.
That's true.
Sexually transmitted bioweapon is perhaps a fairer
Bioweapon?
description
Oh
of it.
yeah, no, he is like a horrible rapist. Yeah,
Well, he does kill several women in the movie for basically no reason.
that's true.
This
Yeah,
is
he's
why
gross.
there's many reasons this is not contentious.
He's got a bad personality.
Also, just, he's
But
he's
for the record,
grumpy
I like
looking.
being covered in goop.
That's true. There's something sexy about a pool of goop. The Emperor.
Oh.
I hate this guy. Don't like him. And you know what? I love Christopher Walken. I don't like him in this movie.
Yeah.
I think it was bad casting.
Oh.
I know.
It's funny to hear
I'm
his
controversial.
voice at moments of seriousness.
Because here's the thing. The Emperor is supposed to be this like almighty, super powerful beyond comprehension character. And then they get fucking Christopher Walken, this frail old man showing up. You could literally push him and he would fall over and die.
is that
or
not
break
the
a hip.
message of the fragility of empire and colonialism?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. I haven't, honestly.
You were too
I
distracted.
haven't thought that deeply about it.
You were thinking about smashing.
I was thinking about smashing. Do I want to smash this? No, I don't.
No, I have to agree with you there.
That said.
Yes.
That said. He's the most powerful man in the universe.
Tara. Tara. Respect yourself. No. Okay. We're choosing self-respect.
Gotta be true to myself. Don't like him. Shai Hulud,
Oh.
our final one of today.
Why is it on the list?
Why not? Yeah.
In what world?
No further
what world?
questions.
No further questions.
Please clap.
So
This is,
many questions.
No, I think that it would be cool to be riding on the back of Shai Hulud and be jacking it.
Hello, we're going to make a tier list of nonsense Star Wars.
I play a lot of sci-fi games, and I'm pretty used to them sounding like this. But lately, the music has sounded more like this. These futuristic stories take place in worlds of space exploration and ubiquitous robotics, and yet they remind me more of the public radio station from my hometown in Kansas. But look, I'm not in Kansas anymore. I want to know why I keep hearing banjos in space. In answering that question, I found out these games have way more in common than just rustic soundtracks. At first, I thought the answer was simple. Country music in space? These must be some flavor of space western. But that didn't quite sit right with me. If only there was a professor of science fiction who could explain to me what makes a sci-fi a western.
So the most important thing is going to be a frontier, a new frontier to explore, and that some individual goes out to both maybe explore the beauty of that land, find new resources, but often also to shed themselves of a troubled past. And that going forward onto the frontier becomes a way to really reinvent yourself, to invent a new future.
This is Lisa Yazik, a professor of science fiction at Georgia Tech. And being a professor of science fiction, she was able to give me a crash course in why the Western works so well in space.
You can see that translates so easily into science fiction, where you go out into the space frontier, the galactic frontier, and you get to meet people from all different kinds of planets.
Science fiction and Westerns go together like Nathan Fillion and a powerful smirk, which is why for a fusion genre, it's pretty widely known. But these games aren't space Westerns. Unlike Westerns, they're not really about trying to escape your past. They're more about just trying to get by. This is science fiction with blue-collar aesthetics and characters, and it actually has origins that go way back in the history of sci-fi literature.
Science fiction does always sort of celebrate the average individual. There's a character that goes back to the 1800s who Mark Twain often used, the jack of all trades. So sort of an average Joe or Jane, perhaps, who isn't formally educated, but is sort of natively smart and has a lot of sort of hands-on know-how.
This idea of a jack of all trades, or everyman, is at the core of a lot of recent science fiction video games. Rebel Galaxy Outlaw might seem like a straight-up space western. In fact, you can be a hotshot spaceship fighter pilot, if that's your thing. But you also have the option of basically being a space trucker, hauling water and whiskey from Port Ozark to the Louisiana system. Not only does your cockpit often evoke a sci-fi big rig, but just look at this bar.
Vests and trucker hats and sunglasses, and there's cigarette machines in the bars. I mean, you're playing bar games in the bars. It's not fancy future bar games, it's just bar games. And people have, crummy plastic tables and folding chairs. It's
This is Travis Baldry.
I'm the CEO, the engineer, the lead designer, the writer, the sound.
You could say he's a jack of all trades. Instead of making a super sleek and high-tech future, Baldry made the world of Rebel Galaxy Outlaw feel immediately more relatable. In typical video game progression, you start with a sputtering tin can of a ship.
This thing didn't just haul trash, it is trash.
But with a little determination and hard work, you can slowly earn the upgrades that will let you deliver 400 cans of space cores while they're still frosty.
I wanted to make a game that was about people and individual humans, which I think is easier to tell in a world where you're not saving the universe, you're just trying to get by. And it's easier to imagine that in the context of a world that is falling apart or barely held together than one that is this advanced and polished Star Trek-y society.
While science fiction can often feel lofty or abstract, this aesthetic brings it back down to a personal level. In Outer Wilds, being an astronaut is a blue-collar job. You're also an archaeologist and an alien, but all of these things are imbued with a homey, down-to-timber-hearth feel. It's not a shiny Star Trek future. It's banjo-playing space explorers and rocket ships that are liable to give you splinters. In a game with some existentially terrifying themes, it lends the player some real comfort. In The Surge, you play a newly hired laborer at the Creo rocket factory, one of the few job opportunities in a world of robotic workers. No. You don't get to go on the rocket. You just get to polish the sprockets. Or you would have, if the factory wasn't immediately consumed by a viral robot uprising. Many of the game's levels are the factory floors and warehouses where you would have worked, fighting the robots you would have been working alongside. All you wanted was a paycheck, but now you're fighting for your life with the tools of your trade. Hardspace Shipbreakers is probably the best example of this blue-collar mentality that I've found. In this game, players take on the role of a cutter, breaking down and scrapping old spaceships in zero-G. It's dangerous work and requires a steady hand, lest you accidentally nick a coolant line and start a core meltdown.
From the very, very earliest stages of the game, we wanted to focus on this blue-collar feeling and that satisfaction that comes from a hard day's work.
Rory McGuire, the chief creative officer at Blackbird Interactive, says this idea of blue-collar sci-fi was always at the heart of the game. Not just the aesthetics and music, but in its gameplay. Shipbreaker's core game loop takes place in a 15-minute work shift. This time constraint forces the player to move quickly, increasing the risk of workplace accidents. Your tools also degrade over time and have to be repaired and maintained. After all, a cutter is only as good as their tools. or their aim. The inspiration for this came from a lot of places. Coal miners in Appalachia, the construction workers who built New York City's early skyscrapers, and salvagers who deconstruct retired ships.
And like 100 people swarm on with blowtorches and like no protective gear at all, and they take those things apart. Like it's very fascinating, but then there's also like themes of exploitation and stuff going on there, and danger, and so that's something that we just wanted to try and explore and fit to the mechanics that we had.
This is Elliot Hudson, Associate Creative Director at Blackbird, and he argues that blue-collar work goes hand in hand with corporate exploitation.
Reduce wear on your suit's heating element by maintaining a healthy body temperature.
At the start of the game, players are immediately in debt, like an astronomical amount of debt, which you'll slowly pay off by salvaging ships. And those tools you have to pay to repair, you don't even own them. A rental fee is tacked on to every work shift. If you want to purchase, say, upgrades for your laser cutter, you gotta earn enough V-Bucks. I mean corporate currency. This isn't some wild-eye sci-fi pondering. Company scrip was how a lot of early 19th century lumber and mining companies paid their employees. It created a perverse monopoly where the worker could only use their paycheck at the exorbitantly priced company store. Buying your own tools and shipbreakers with corporate currency is also absurdly expensive, but what choice do you have?
We started to think about the world kind of as the Gilded Age, where that time period was where the railroads were built, labor laws got established, unions rose, because America was going through this phase of this incredible industrialization, but it was also just chewing up people.
And you are likely to be chewed up in shipbreakers. In a sci-fi twist on this idea of selling your soul to the company store, even dying isn't an escape. Having given up the rights to your genetic code, you're instead reborn as a clone. And you're footing the bill.
Your activity has dropped below nominal levels. Please return to work.
Pay for your own clones to artificially extend your indentured servitude? In this economy? Issues of labor and capital aren't really hard to find in science fiction games these days. The Outer Worlds is full of company towns and corporate psychopathy. The player character of Void Bastards is a rehydrated convict forced to do incredibly dangerous labor to earn their freedom. And when you really think about it, there's no better genre to address these issues.
Science fiction has always been interested in issues of labor. Let's be clear about that. It is the genre that's about work, right? It came of age during the Industrial Revolution and with the Scientific Revolution and the radical transformation of culture as people moved out of agrarian societies, out of farms and into cities, right? And so work changed and identity changed. And so obviously science fiction is going to be one of the ideal forms to narrate that because it's literally telling these stories for us.
So it makes sense that these games would tackle issues of labor, but why do so many of them also have a down-home country aesthetic? It's why they first reminded me of Westerns, but these issues aren't really relevant to the frontier. Their geographic and cultural touchstones have more in common with the American South and Appalachia, and that theme of just trying to get by. These complex and storied areas are often reduced to regressive stereotypes with backwards views of science and technology. But that's not really accurate.
Although we think of the South as oriented to the past, the reality is it's over the course of the 20th century, the South experienced much more intense industrialization and urbanization than other parts of America. And so I think we can also use those tropes to think about our relationship to science and technology.
Even if these games aren't intentionally evoking the American South, they're pulling on those threads through their stories and aesthetics, whether that's salvaging old technology, or automation of labor, or trucker bars, or music. When you start Shipbreakers, the opening cinematic uses Americana music to underscore a young girl reciting a poem about the dangerous work of cutters.
If there comes a time when he and death meet, what's the next cutter that takes his seat?
This morose and stoic ode to a literal dead-end job is actually a modified version of the coal miner's prayer, a poem lamenting the working conditions of Appalachian coal miners. It directly connects the music you hear throughout the game with the labor themes present in the story and mechanics. But the musical connections aren't limited to Shipbreakers. Since the Surge is a Souls-like, and players will die often, a medbay stands in for the bonfire. No matter which medbay you're in, this bluesy Americana song crackles through the cheap sound system every time you return. It's not really subtle. Anyone working in Creo's factory had to have a robotic exoskeleton surgically grafted to their bodies. And as you learn throughout the game, Creo acts as though they own not just the mechanical rig, but the person it's attached to. You can even find these musical touchstones in long-running franchises. When the Fallout series went to West Virginia, it suddenly needed to have actual instruments your player could equip. They couldn't go to Appalachia and not let you play a banjo. And I can't even talk about how important the banjo is in Outer Wilds without literally spoiling the end of the game. So hurry up and play it. Why does an instrument more commonly associated with deliverance keep popping up in science fiction? And why, for that matter, is it so intrinsically associated with Southern and Appalachian music?
Well, the banjo has a very interesting history. It's an African-derived instrument. It's an instrument that made its way over through forced enslavement. You have an instrument that is like the banjo or is close to the banjo developing in the Caribbean in different parts. And eventually it makes its way down to the American South, where it then becomes a part of the culture there.
This is Dom Flemons.
So I'm known as the American Songster. I'm a cultural historian and a practitioner of old-time music.
Dom explained that the banjo's popularity outside the South really exploded when it became a standby in blackface minstrel shows.
It was known in the black communities as a strong piece of the culture that remained from Africa in one form or another. This particular show, being a satire and at times a mockery of African American culture, incorporated the banjo into it. And while that in of itself is horrific to think about, it created an international demand for the banjo.
The associations that we bring to this music being working class weren't quite there yet, because these connections were in part a product of capitalism. At the turn of the 20th century, the recording industry is working to define what we think of today as country and folk music. As producers look for more markets, they tried to cater to different ethnic groups.
By 1920, you had the first situation where there was an effort to create an African American category, which was it was actually dedicated to Southern working class blacks.
In an era of segregation and Jim Crow, this working class music had to be separate from working class white music,
which was called hillbilly. These designations were made to show it was working class. It wasn't the upper class music, you know, so it had a down-home quality.
People around the world, and especially across America, began to listen to and pick up the banjo. And eventually, musicians like Pete Seeger began to grapple with its historical context.
And sort of repurposes all of this misappropriation and turns it into something that is highly American, highly iconic, as well as being a strong statement for political activism and civil rights. So the banjo has all of these things within its story.
The history that built our associations between working class peoples and Americana music and the banjo is what makes it such a powerful touchstone, even in space. It's why I can't stop thinking about this quote from Andrew Prolow, the composer for Outer Wilds, talking about why the game had so much folk and banjo music. It creates a really cool concept of how we as humans can be emotionally connected no matter the distance. I love thinking about our purpose on this planet, that we live on in this massive, expanding universe, and through music, it gives us all an opportunity to connect and make it feel a little more like home. Using this kind of music, or the banjo in particular, says something about the now by referencing the past. Using science fiction says something about the now by referencing the future. And by using both together, it's like building a bridge through time between the real and the fictional, or at least what's fictional, for now.
Hello, and welcome back to Polygon's Tier Pressure. We have one list left to go. It is Tina's list, ranking sci-fi fashion. But before that, Not a Werewolf in chat has created some example images of Feyd-Rautha Harkonnen with eyebrows that I think we're going to get a live reaction to right now. We had previously put him in Smash, but the lack of eyebrows was part of that, Tara.
Oh. See?
Wait, no,
Pat's
Pat's going to show him. Pat's going to
put
show
him
him.
up on the screen.
I thought I was.
No.
I thought you
That's why they're in
jumped
Dropbox.
the gun there a little bit.
Here you go.
Oh, now those I hadn't seen. That is fierce. Do I want to smash it? No. Do I want it to win this season of Project Runway? Yes.
That's very
That
powerful.
is cunty, if I've ever seen it.
Speaking of.
Those
Ooh.
eyebrows, too normie. I'm sorry.
No, he looks great.
He looks great, but like, I feel like it removes the essence of what is him in a weird way.
Oh,
This
can we
is
get
the-
more of that?
Those are too bushy.
Wow.
Also,
They're
what's
very
going on
natural.
with the right one? And they're uneven?
They're
No.
natural, and I love that, but nothing about him is natural. So I think the
That is a
first
very
ones
fair
were
point.
really strong. I feel like if a Harkonnen had to have eyebrows, they would have the first ones.
Yeah.
All right, Tina, tell us about what your tier list is going to be.
For sure. So Tara kind of touched on it just now. Sci-fi fashion ranked by how? Can you guess what the word is?
Cunty. We can say cunty, Tina.
Cunty it is. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I've just chosen some things. Generally, I chose like groups of people or like the main characters, but you'll see, you'll see.
Number one.
Comfy.
Simone will be acting as our conduit here.
Okay, so we have the Matrix. The three main character people, you know, the Matrix. We're starting with a banger, frankly. The Matrix is like known for its like, long. Ooh, the zoom in on Simone's arm. Yes, the long black trench coats, the black like leather bodysuit, the cool glasses. Like, I think it's pretty high up there. It's hard for me to exactly say, but oh yeah, and how, you know, by how cunty it is. I think what I mean by that is like, is it something that I would want to wear or like to see someone wear at New York Fashion Week? Or is it something that I would be like, yes, this is a sci-fi future outfit that is so great that I'd be willing to die in it?
By that definition, I say this is so cunty.
Right. I think it's a great outfit. Just like the three of them together. So I'd probably say S tier.
Hell yeah.
This is the
there's a lot of-
peak of early aughts fashion.
I give you
Or
an
what we
S
considered edgy.
for I support you in that decision. I think it's a good one.
Precisely. Next up, hard pivoting here. We got the Jetsons. Okay. Sci-fi, right? These guys are from the future. And if you look here, we're going to ignore the dog and the robot because we're just looking at humans here. You know, the dad and the little kid, the little toddler person, they're very simple. I'm not a huge fan, but I do like what the women are wearing with like the flared out triangular collars and like the dress and stuff. Yeah, Judy's collar, exactly. But I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. So given the family together and not just the women, I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go with B tier. Does that feel right?
I think that's good. It's very like 50s-esque futuristic.
Yeah.
Is it cunty though? I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's difficult because like I kind of included both like the women's dresses plus like the kid wearing overalls, and the kid wearing overalls, you know, that's just the clothing of today.
For
whereas
sure.
like
Yeah.
dresses, the dresses are the standout part.
The women are definitely serving cunty here. About the men, I don't know.
Looking at it closer, it almost looks like the women are wearing like leggings under their skirts. Which is giving me a little bit of middle school fashion from when I was in middle school, which was like the skirts over pants thing. And that's a little concerning to me.
Well,
yeah,
Smoke, can I point out what you're wearing today, please?
I'm wearing tights and a dress.
You just said they're wearing leggings under their dresses. Leggings are tights.
Leggings that like cut off.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what. Sorry, what were you saying, Tina?
I was gonna say let's move it down to C tier.
Whoa,
I would agree with that.
It's basically a jumpsuit, right? I mean, it could be. I feel like jumpsuits are very Jetson style.
Yeah.
Sci-fi fashion.
Ooh.
Next up, who do we have? Okay, we do have The Fifth Element. Now, funny enough, I have never seen The Fifth Element.
Yeah, who was just asking for this in chat? Yeah.
When I was researching sci-fi fashion, The Fifth Element came up a lot. And simply just looking at some of the images, I have no clue who these people are, but just look at it. Just look at it. The cheetah print, the hairstyle with like this scoop neckline, the puffed up shoulders, and then what I'm just gonna call her Hayley Williams is wearing is amazing, and I would love to see that at New York Fashion Week. I think that would be so cool to wear in the future in everything and anything. And there's nice variety here. S tier. It's S tier.
Mila Jovovich is definitely serving Kim Kardashian in that particular scene.
Bruce Willis is even doing a pretty good job there.
Not Julia Fox.
I mean, the fashion in that movie is incredible. And it's just an incredible movie. You have to see it, Tina.
Yeah, Tina, chat really wants you to see this movie.
I'll watch it. Okay, next up we have Star Wars, but specifically the Jedi robes. You know, they have like their general uniform thing, but it can kind of come in different colors and maybe slightly vary based on the gender. You know, it's a robe, but it's like kind of a cooler robe. And they have like their little belt for their lightsaber, right? So,
Ewan McGregor looks pretty cunty there. I don't know.
Honestly.
You know, he is a bit in those movies.
Yeah.
He had, his school,
I think I would be interested if I saw someone like wear this at New York Fashion Week. I think I would be interested, but I would not be overflowing.
These kind of look like everything that Lewis Hamilton wears to the racetrack. Like,
I think a less neutral color palette would help a lot.
Yeah.
The brown is not doing it for me.
I sometimes like brown and neutrals. I don't know.
I love neutrals. Everything I wear is neutral. But is it cunty?
That's fair.
More
That's
like
fair. I'm leaning towards B. Better than the Jetsons.
The thing is you do have, I feel like Anakin there is doing a lot of the work, honestly.
B for better than the Jetsons.
He's almost channeling the Matrix there.
Yeah, good point. And if somebody was talking about episode 3, I mean, that whole movie, Anakin, it's just...
He's serving.
He's serving indeed.
Star Trek.
Ooh.
Star Trek. So. You know, it's like Star Trek is prolific, right? And, you know, these outfits are very iconic in the sense that they're very recognizable. And that's cool. That has merit to it. But frankly, this is not an outfit that I would want to be caught dead or alive in. Not anything I would ever wear to anywhere, really, unless I was forced to, let alone New York Fashion Week. So, D tier.
I'm with you. No, it's a good show, bad fashion.
Okay, yeah.
Our first D.
It gets better, but fair.
Yeah. Ooh.
They look like the Wiggles, exactly.
Who are these guys?
Okay, this one, Battlestar Galactica. I have not seen Battlestar Galactica, so I really wasn't even sure what people to choose or group of people. So I kind of just got like a group cast shot and took a wide look at them. And
I'll cover you for when you're coughing, Tara.
it's a little bit hard to see,
about
but like they
seeing
got
me
some
cough.
they got some standard uniforms here, which the uniforms themselves, like the blue navy ones, very boring. And then they just have like some suits that are like, they're fine, they work. But what I really like are the three people, the three ladies on the bottom right, that are kind of like sitting down. Those outfits I think are great. Like starting from the left, out of those three women, the left blonde lady who has like
Starbuck?
the gray tank. The who?
Is it, her name is Starbuck,
like-
right?
This is so fraught for me, but like Tina's right, I believe. She's zeroing in on the part of the show. Well, but don't count out that dude sitting next to them that's also not in a military uniform.
Oh yeah, the suits.
Big
yeah,
time.
yeah. I think
Big time.
I think yeah, the suits are fine, but like I think it's the three ladies on the left that really stand out to me. Like the person on the far right, the outfit is actually kind of like Y2K. I really do enjoy it. The dress and the heels,
Fair, Ryan.
really nice cutout and everything. And yeah, and then I really like the kind of like baggy-ish cargo pants on the person on the left, the blonde that we named her, and I already forgot her. But overall as a cast, ooh, I don't know.
It's boring to me.
I'm torn between C or B.
I feel like they could have done so much more. I know the show isn't really about that, but if it were me, I'd put it at D, but that's just me.
Oh, okay.
I just think it's boring. I mean, they couldn't have given that guy anything other than just a black jacket and a white shirt. Come on.
No, that's true. That's true. And we're talking about the future here.
This just looks like a Vanity Fair cover.
As a fan of the show, you have the right thought, and I think that those four on that, and there's even more that aren't here depicted. Dean Stockwell comes to mind. That are they're lifting a lot. They're putting a lot of work in, and I would vote B, but that's just me.
Okay. I think I'm going to split the difference and put it in C. Because frankly, I'm thinking like, out of this, I would rather wear the Jedi robe situation than
the
average of what is in Battlestar.
Yeah, highs and lows.
This is extremely funny.
Back to the Future, but action figures.
So you see, I chose photos of the action figures because it was really hard to find a photo that showed both of them from top to bottom with all the details. And these action figures are very accurate to the costumes. And I really do like their costumes in the sense that like it's so fitting to their character. It's hard to fully see what Marty is wearing, but like he has a bit of red on his white shoes that matches his puffer. It has this like checkered white shirt, and then he has the jean jacket over it. Oh, and the red shirt underneath the checkered thing, and then the red puffer, and then his jean jacket thing, the collar, the cuff is like rolled up, and then you see like the pattern on the cuff. And I think it's a really cool way of making like a very standard average, like he's just another average boy outfit, a lot more elevated and interesting with the patterns and the layering. And then on Doc's part, you know, he's just got like the white jumpsuit thing, which is honestly like a white jumpsuit can be pretty cunty, especially when you add all these accessories. And he's got like the shoes that match his work bag, and like
also the little like colored pleats at the bottom.
Yeah, something about just like the way the colors like match but aren't too matchy, and just, I like it. Yes, those orange triangles on the legs. A or S? Ooh, I don't know. I mean, if we're truly, it's really good fashion, I think. But like maybe not. You know, it's not what you would wear to New York Fashion Week. Maybe not what I want to buy in.
Not the level of The Matrix or The Fifth Element, for sure.
Yeah.
A?
You made an incredible case here. I'll go wherever you go. I wasn't expecting that. You really honed in on something there.
Oh God. Borderlands. Borderlands 2.
Yeah, so here I really like the overall aesthetic of Borderlands 2, I would say. And so I'm trying to like look past the art style a bit and focus solely on the clothes. But even like the clothes themselves, I think are pretty cool. Like you know, just even like one of the more simple outfits, like with the orange shirt and like basically jeans. Again, it's just made cooler by he has like a really cool belt with like a pouch and like then like a bandage around the jeans. And then of course like the artillery strap thing. And then the yellow bodice piece and that whole outfit, that is definitely something that I would wear to an event. And I also like that like the mask on the far right is like elongated and like looks kind of like aerodynamic, and it's not just like a boring just like this is a helmet. Like it is just a helmet, but it's like I think it's a really coolly designed helmet. So
I would agree with that.
So, what am I thinking? Could it be B for Borderlands? No, surely not. It's better than the Jedi robes, I think. I think maybe A.
A.
Maybe A. What do you guys think?
A.
Chernobyl Kinsman says BL1 outfits were better.
Ooh.
So maybe this can be specific to these. But.
Oh. What do we got here?
Oh,
Wow.
okay. We have
Nier
Automata. And oh my gosh.
It's
like,
giving.
can you just Yes, entirely. Like, can you imagine just showing up at a red carpet with a blindfold on? Like that alone, people are like, "Oh my God, how can they see?" Or
It's
like,
quite a
and
statement.
maybe you can kind of see through the blindfold. Maybe there is someone guiding your hand every step you take.
Megan
And
the Stallion would wear this.
that is cunty. And the dress itself is just gorgeous. All of it. I really like it.
I think it may even be plot designed that way. For plot reasons.
I think S tier. S tier.
I love
S
the
tier.
lace over the bosom and like the little cutout there. I think that's so
It's
cute.
so nice. The details are so nice. The overall concept, so nice.
So nice. So nice.
I love it.
S
I love
for
it.
so nice. Ha!
S for so nice.
Megamind?
Yes. Okay. So, Megamind. Trying to look past his big blue bulbous head and look at the outfit alone. We're gonna ignore the fish tank guy, you know, because he's not a human. And you know these cool like superhero outfits. I like the the fringe on the good guy. I'm blanking on his name. The good guys
Metro Man?
thing. Yeah, that guy. Yes, exactly. I'm a fan of fringe. I'm a fan of capes. I'm a fan of the the pulling up the image so you can see it. The little like spikes on Megamind's stuff. You know, he's a little bit punk. He's a little bit edgy. Metro Man, yes. MTA Man. But the only thing that it has an issue is the lady.
For sure. Why did they give the guys cool capes and they just made her look like Sarah Palin?
Well, I guess maybe just because she's not a superhero. But like, I don't know. She could have worn something way cooler, that's for sure. This, I guess, man, I don't know. B
Yeah,
tier?
Lois Lane type. I don't think she draws it down that bad.
At least it's well tailored.
Just because you're not a superhero doesn't mean you can't serve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Mad Max, specifically the Women of the Wasteland. This is something that, like, I feel like I see a lot of design. I don't know too much about, like, the history of this type of, like, beige core. You know, some people call it dune core, some people call it desert core, whatever it is. But I definitely have seen like a lot of big and small fashion brands, like honestly, like creating pieces quite similar to this. Where it's like tattered on purpose. And I also think that it would be an extremely cunty move to like, you know, show up in something that looks extremely like dirty.
Again, it's
You know,
Julia Fox core.
Yeah, it's very subversive.
Right. And I think it's like very cool in that sense. And like, you know, it's like you can have one of the tighter versions of that depicted in the thing where it like shows off the body a bit more, or you can get something like slightly longer and flowier. So I think there's a lot of different options, and the many mothers have some good outfits. Exactly. I would put it in, what do we have in A and S tier again?
A, we've got Back to the Future and Borderlands 2. S, we've got Matrix, Fifth Element, and Nier Automata.
I'm feeling A.
A.
Yeah, that feels appropriate to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very structural, but not a lot of small detail.
Yeah. Yeah.
Breathable.
It's
Very
an outfit
breathable.
that tells a story.
Precisely.
Are these the Helldivers?
No, they are.
These are the Helldivers. So the Helldivers, what to say about that? They're just in some armor. And that's really all I have to say about them. Is that they just look like some guys in some armor. I mean, I guess, you know, they have capes.
You know, I do like the capes because
you know what?
I
Yeah.
don't think that they're practical, and that to me signifies
true.
that it's more fashion because it's
A cape?
impractical.
Yes.
A cape is always a serve. That is true.
Or
Bad picture because they aren't aflame, covered in bug guts, or dead.
is it like the thing where they have the flaps on the back of truck wheels so that they don't kick rocks and dirt up onto the windshields of cars behind
it's
them?
so they
Maybe
don't do
that's
PvP.
a polite cape, so they don't
Yeah.
kick dirt and dust into other people's faces.
J. Mothy also points out that they are custom capes. Each player has their own fashion.
So you could theoretically
that's true.
bedazzle your cape.
So this is like the default Helldiver. And I am a big fan of armor. Like as far as armor goes, though, I'm not a huge fan of the default armor, but you know, it's the default armor for a reason. So
I think like, sorry, in the case of like lots of real fascist empires, I think it feels like it's somebody within this power structure. This is their fetish, right? They like the guy who decided what the uniforms are going to look like in the Helldiver universe wanted a sassy little cape to sort of flip around as he came in and out of rooms. That's what I think is going on here.
So in that way, it is kind of cunty.
And that should be accoladed. I think B tier? B tier.
That's fair.
Oh, my hip just cracked.
Not
so
a fan
loudly.
of the armor itself, but I think the cape is quite cute.
Futurama.
Futurama. You know, they're just guys hanging out. They're just guys. Oh, here's the big fly that's in my room. Okay, go away, sir. Okay.
Get him.
Yeah. Okay. They're really just clothes.
They're normal people clothes.
Yeah.
There's nothing much to say about it. They're comfortable. Actually,
Their
the one thing I can say
sweatsuit
about it
rules.
Yeah, I like the sweatsuit. I like Leah's boots and the other girl's boots. I would wear those boots. And that's about it. D tier.
Yeah. There's just
D tier.
nothing.
Wow.
Like that's something I would wear to bed.
Yeah.
You know.
Agreed.
Oh, we're going back to the well.
Ooh.
Dune.
Harkonnen.
Oh yes. Okay. Specifically the Harkonnen.
Now, hold on a second. Are these piss suits also?
I don't
we
think
know?
so.
Not necessarily.
Because they don't have
I
the
don't know.
nose component. I think they're just armor.
Because they also lived on Arrakis, so why would they not be needing to recycle their piss also?
Well, because only the Fremen wear the. I don't think the Atreides wear the still suits until they join the Fremen.
I'm getting a note here. Not piss suits.
Not piss
piss
okay.
suits. Okay.
That's very good because I mean we all know it was never definitively
Here it helps.
proven that
Recycling.
Diddy didn't die from vaping piss.
That's true. That's
so
true.
I just want to point out, I should have mentioned that during my segment, that the piss suits, in addition to being gross, are also potentially lethal.
Yeah, yeah.
I see. Well, with these guys, I think, again, it is just kind of like armor. I think it does have like a nice structure to it and everything. But what I'm particularly interested in is who of the Harkonnens decided that their armor would be black, because I think it's I don't know if they had contrast theory in mind, but
hang on, let me see that photo.
One fashion theory is contrast theory, saying that like if you're a high contrast person, which for instance like me and Simone are high contrast people because we have fair skin and dark hair. There is high contrast between our features. You then want to wear high contrast clothing and, perhaps wear something.
I have a counterpoint. These dudes are wearing skirts.
Hot.
And?
They're wearing skirts. Hold on, zoom in here. You don't notice it unless you look really closely. I didn't even notice it in the movie. This, but it's like a cape skirt.
Hot.
Oh, I like that.
This guy specifically is serving cunty.
I like that.
I don't know about the rest of them.
Significant. I think this is way better than the Hell, especially pointing that out. I think this is better than the Hell Divers.
He literally looks like he's walking down a runway.
Wow.
I like it. And I just like the materials that it looks like it's made out of. It's pretty cool.
I get the contrast argument, but, by that token, the fashion in the Matrix wouldn't be good either. It is mostly black, although there is a little bit of white in there.
No, the contrast, it's good. The Matrix stuff is also contrasty.
I thought she was saying that because it's all black, there's no contrast.
No, but it's contrasting with their
skin tone?
extremely
Okay.
pallid
Gotcha.
whiteness.
Yes.
Tina, where do you want it?
Oh, we could put it.
Should we just rip that guy off of it and just make it him?
We could put it A tier, I guess. A tier.
And then he's S.
Yes.
E.T.
I laughed when I saw this picture.
You're 5 minutes.
Shut the fuck up.
There wasn't really a concentrated group of people to choose an ET, so again, I kind of just chose the main characters. And the kid is wearing what kids do, a hoodie and jeans. And I chose this specific scene because this is like the only scene where ET is really dressed, I think, that I could think of. I didn't rewatch the movie. It's just the moment that popped to mind. He might be dressed in other scenes. But here he is wearing a little blankie. Oh, okay. I thought I had maybe a vague memory dressed as a sweet old lady. Man, now I want to pull that up.
He does.
But
There is a scene where he dresses as a sweet old lady.
Well, damn it. Oh, we'll just go with this for now. Well, he is cozy maxed. He is cozy maxed, and I like that. I think it is. Can you imagine if you like somehow like pull up to an event in the front of like a bicycle seat, just like wrapped in a blanket?
That is some Kanye West shit right there.
Just
Just showing up to an event wrapped in a blanket.
Well, it's also similar to the wives in Mad Max Fury Road, I would say.
I love it. I think that should be S tier. Not for the other kids' fashion. I'm just going off of E.T.
Yeah, I think it really depends if you can include the bike as a prop, because I think the bike is like a very cool component of it, like being in the front seat of the bike.
But the bike just has a milk crate. It's
Yeah,
not adding to the fashion.
but it's almost like he's royalty, right? He's being transported by
Sort of
someone else to an
symbolic.
event.
Yeah. Also, Pat, can you come on stream and say the thing that made me say shut the fuck up so that I don't look like I was aggressively yelling at Tina? All right.
He said it in the chat.
I didn't even hear
Okay.
Let's go with, it's not as good as like Fifth Element, Nier Automata, or that. I'll put it A tier.
Yeah.
I thought I was learning more about what this meant, but I don't think.
Fremen.
Okay, yes. Now we have the Fremen. Honestly, I'm a big fan. I don't know what it is that I'm such a fan about, but I'm a fan for some reason. Can anyone else give me an opinion of why I'm why I'm a fan of it? Because I can't.
I like the structure of, because it's kind of like there's like multiple tops that they're wearing.
Yeah.
Pat, can you zoom back in so I can see it? Because they've got like a top covering their torso, but then they've also got what appears to be a separate top that's like just the neck and arms. I don't know if I'm interpreting that correctly, but like if you look at Timothée Chalamet in that photo, he's almost got some sort of like epaulets there. And I think it's a really dope. Also, he's wearing a cape, which is just automatically cool.
Actually, I think I like that it's like, maybe it's slightly more form-fitting, like it's less bulky, like Zendaya. I feel like you can still like somewhat see her figure and stuff, and I think I would kind of want that from a futuristic outfit.
Yeah. Also, her little scarf, the way she's wearing it is like very cool.
Yeah. Like I don't know. I think A tier.
Whoa. I like it. I like it. Yeah, it's got to be at least equal to the Harkonnens, right?
I like it. Yeah.
Doctors.
Yes, the doctors. This is many people to choose from. So many different outfits. Like some of these could be definitely D tier, whereas others, I think,
I hate all of them.
Deserve a lot more respect. Like frankly, the color block scarf of that one doctor, I really like it.
Yeah, that hairdo.
And you know, I think plaid is nice. You know, there's lots of plaid here. There's lots of fun shoes, or you know, nice shoes. But I don't know. Overall, the doctor aesthetic, just looking at this, I think like if I were to like see someone in this coming down a red carpet or just like in a sci-fi future, I would not be impressed. I can imagine people crapping on them on Twitter and being like, what were they thinking? But not in like the cool, controversial way, but just in the sense of like, did they try? Did they even try?
The doctor is Wonka maxing.
Wonka maxing. Dreadful.
So, C tier, I guess?
Yeah.
C tier as a group.
Wow.
As a group of people.
This is the last one. Ooh, I don't know what this is.
I don't even remember what the last one is.
Cyberpunk.
Oh, this is Cyberpunk Edge Runners.
Oh, sick.
I freaking loved Cyberpunk Edge Runners just as a show in general. And I think so much of their fashion was so cool. We're generally looking at like the main squad group here. It's hard to fully see, I think, like Rebecca's outfit because her jacket's zipped up. But I really love the main character's coat design. I really love the main girl's design. I don't know.
I love the girl with the white hair. Her outfit is fierce.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of tech wear. I think I just think it's really cool designs, all stuff that I think kind of pops in its own unique way. But where would this go is the question.
I feel like that could safely live in category S.
I do too.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, because I think I like it more than some of the A tier.
The iconic jacket. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Oh no, go ahead.
Well, it's just the iconic yellow jacket is also what your character kind of has in the game. And it's a cool jacket. Like that I don't know how far the game has gone because of its issues, but it's a good jacket. And I'm glad they just used it again in this show.
It's a great jacket. And plus, if we're including hair design in this, they have a lot of cool hair too.
Yeah.
Which the Harkonnen cannot say for themselves.
No, definitely not.
It is a.
Do you think they shave their heads or they're naturally bald?
I don't know.
They gotta be naturally bald.
I mean, well, I know tech implants happen a lot in the world, so I imagine if you're doing a lot of those in your head, maybe it's easier to just shave it. But as Chief Chongo points out, cool is actually a stat in that world of RPGs. So Yeah, it's
You gotta
I think-
be cool.
Yeah, it belongs.
Turned up to 10.
Is it time for our final?
Oh, our top 10 sci-fi.
It is. Why don't we
list.
take a very, very quick break? We can
take
take
down.
these off the board, and we will come back with the belle of the ball for today, our top 10 sci-fi of all time. And this is going to be...
Yes.
No, Pat, damn it, you cut me off, Pat. Damn it, Pat. Leave me on. Now turn me off. Hey, welcome back.
We're back.
We're back. Pat tells me we're back. I don't see us, but I
see
believe
us.
him when he says that we're back. I hope
We
you
are
can see
here.
us. We are here.
Yes.
And we're about to do something that we've been hyping up this entire stream.
Yes.
The definitive top 10 sci-fi of all time list.
Yep. I can't wait. This is going to be very controversial,
All right,
I think.
let's start with number 1.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to go ahead and make a bold statement and say that all of the odd numbers between
Kara.
1 and 10 should be C or below.
I don't, of number one,
What do you have
that's
against
not
odd
true.
numbers?
I just don't like them.
Number one has to be at least an A. I will not support number one being below
Really?
B.
It's
Give me your
literally number
reasons.
1.
It's number one. The first one is always better.
Wouldn't you rather have 2 of something than
No.
1?
Well, wouldn't you rather
no.
be first than second?
2 Hobbit movies? I don't think
What
so.
about that one thing that says first is the worst, second is the best?
That thing's wrong.
3 is the
We
one with the
disproved
treasure
that.
chest.
In 2005, they disproved that. They found that
I'm
to
going
be
to put
wrong.
it in B, okay?
Okay, if that's a compromise, I'll take it, but
I guess.
I don't know about
2.
It could be worse.
I think of all the even numbers on this list, 2 is probably the worst.
that. 2 is an A to me.
Really? You and I have a clearly fundamental difference of opinion on numbers.
I still respect you, but
I'm a big fan of 2, and I would put it in S, especially because you
Really?
could, like, if you finagle around a 2 hard enough, you could probably turn it into an S.
It is
pretty
kind of,
easily.
yeah, it is kind of an S.
That's
that's
true.
true.
And all couples are 2 people.
About 5 literally is an S though, just like bent in a different way.
I'll put it up here. You know what?
okay,
It's even, so
fair enough.
I'm starting to turn against 2. I don't know.
how are we feeling about the number 3? I like 3 more than 1 personally, but
It's the A. It's
I think
an
3
A.
is pretty good.
It's try.
So this is your criteria?
Yeah. I'm
I do
thinking
think 3
shapes,
is
I'm
an
thinking
A,
visually.
but Tina, what do you think?
My gut reaction was C, but like I can see how it could
Sorry,
be.
Are you
can I see it? Can I see it
serious?
real quick? Can I see it? Just a cool
I
thing.
don't know.
If you take a 3, it's a butt.
That's true.
I'm about to say 3 is
a
kind
butt.
of a comedy number.
It's a butt.
okay.
Yeah, it's an A
All
for
right.
me.
All right,
Dog.
we're putting it at A then.
Thank you. Boobus, says Trilobite Agent. Nice. I like that.
4.
4.
I
Oh.
like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to put 4 in S tier, and
Get the
here's
fuck
why.
out of here.
It's a square number.
Oh, you're doing math now?
That's the only reason. It's a square number.
It's devil horns.
It's perfect. It's going in S.
Trash.
4 is one of my favorite numbers.
Will not accept any dissenting opinions.
Okay.
And it's the death number.
It is the death number.
Yes.
I would have put
a
it in
lot
D,
of people
but
think it's the death number.
5.
That's a B to me as well.
Really?
No, this is the one that it's an S. It's literally an S, just bent a different way.
Okay, but
If 2 is there because of that,
I
then
think
why
it's an
wouldn't-
S imposter. It's trying to be an S, and it's not.
It's
That
almost
is
a B
bit
is
fake.
what it
That
is.
is a bit fake.
I put it.
Yeah, Tina?
Maybe I'm just not a fan of like odd numbers sometimes.
Thank you.
but I put it in C or D.
Now, here's why I wouldn't put it in D, because it is a solid number, you know, 5, 10, 15, 20. Like, it's
that's
you can
true.
count by 5s very easily. So it
Yeah.
is an easy number, but it's like a little too available. You know what I mean?
Okay,
I'm gonna
I
put
would
it
say
in
it's a
C.
B, but I'll take it.
6. 6 is a very good number.
I don't think so.
I just like the
Why?
look of it.
Okay.
I don't think that's good.
It's a little spoon, a little ladle.
Oh, calling it a
I
spoon
d-
makes me like it
Ignore
more.
the font here. This is
Yeah.
the Dune font.
Yeah.
And maybe it's
69.
because 16 is my favorite number, and there's a 6 in it.
Yeah. Wait, what were you saying, Tina?
I said 69.
It is part of that. I guess that does have
Can
to
we
end
skip
up.
to 9?
Yeah.
And 420.
Oh, blaze
I
it.
didn't include 0 in this list, but
Okay.
maybe I should have. 7. Oh God,
Oh,
this
that's
is
a good
divisive on
number.
people who
That's a-
either love it or hate it.
E.
I think
so-
this is D.
It's so overplayed.
D.
It's pretty overplayed. I would say
Lucky
B,
number
but
7.
Yeah. Get out of here.
Tell you what,
Boo.
I've chosen 7 many times.
Yeah?
When gambling, and I never once.
Not even
win
once?
with
We're
it.
saying is
Never.
if you like 7, you're basic.
Yeah. Get a better number.
Like 8.
8.
8 is a great number.
I don't know about this.
It's got multiple it's got multiple divisors.
Ooh. That's true.
It also kind
1, 2, 4, 8.
of looks like a butt.
8 is a problematic fave.
8 is a problematic.
Why is it problematic?
I don't know.
Tina, what were you saying?
8 should go in A tier because it 8 A
2, 4, 6, 8. Tara is
two
just
holes.
counting by evens.
As Pliable Head points out, 2 holes.
2 holes. Well,
Okay, there you
that's pretty
go.
convincing.
These are these are just the numbers we most want to smash.
Can you just put the 8 over a little bit? It only goes there if it's 6's friend.
What? I don't understand what's happening right now. 9. 9 is a terrible number.
What?
Even though it's a square, which I previously said was a good thing, in this case, I think it's a bad thing. Because there's nothing square about the number 9, unless you're talking about square in terms of boring and stupid, in which case it is square.
I think
because it's like, why not just be 10?
It's 3 threes.
It's 3
The
threes.
thing about 9 is I don't think it's boring, but I do think it's frightening.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say this. I agree with that, and I think somebody else makes a good point, which is that 9 needs like a little line just to distinguish itself from 6.
Like they have an Uno?
Yeah. I think both 6 and 9 should be down there.
Oh.
I'll put 9 down here, but 6 is perfect as is.
Can't
We
believe
really
you're
don't need to
separating
touch
69.
Yeah, I know.
it. And also the 6 and 69 is really carrying it anyway.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put 9 in C tier. No.
Otherwise, it'd be 96.
I'm gonna put it in C tier.
Oh, I thought you was
Good.
better.
Yeah,
I don't
was
think
gonna
it's-
say you can't put that in the bottom with 7.
No,
Because that
7
history together.
is a category unto
Yeah,
its
yeah.
own.
7, 8, 9.
10.
10.
S tier.
Who doesn't like 10?
I guess I like 10.
Yeah.
I
10's
mean, I
pretty
guess
good.
if we're going to say that 7's basic, is 10 not basic?
I would not put 10 in S tier because I like a
At least
simple
base
number.
10.
And 10 is a bit
It's a
complicated.
B to me.
But to me, it feels like an A.
Okay. I would go for, I would give A.
I just think it'd be really nice to have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
But then we'd be, the accusations
is
of
that how
bias
you
would be
really
even stronger than
Yeah,
they are right
I
now.
wasn't smart enough in math to make this joke, but people are talking about how 10 is like the basis of everything we know.
Metric.
I mean, there's like why we do a 10-based system instead of like binary or 12
Sure.
or something, because our 10.
Does that affect how much I
that
like
makes it
though?
a basic, even more of a basic bitch than we thought.
But is it like a different kind of basic?
It's a B.
Where it's like elemental core.
I think it's basic in the way that like God is basic, where like everything comes from it, but at the same time it's like a little bit chuggy, don't you think?
Yeah, isn't that a little cringe?
I'm gonna put it in A.
Okay.
Because it seems like we have
I accept
two
it.
separate opinions here. One that it's basic, and one that should be an S tier because it's even. But
Yeah.
I actually don't believe that that's true, even though I am an even apologist.
No, this is really good.
Wow.
I think it was just as divisive
Just
as
the
we thought
2,
it would
4,
be.
6, 8 thing is bothering me.
Yeah, if you know.
Why? What do you have against even numbers?
I don't know. They're too divisible.
That's why they're great. Each number contains all of the
Wait, that's a
previous
problem.
numbers.
Division.
Yeah, why do you want to divide us?
Yeah, no, I'm with Clayton.
You can
I think that makes
basically
them
get
weak.
all of those from 2.
No, that makes them strong because then if you break a part of it, it still has the other part.
3 and 10 are unique. I mean, maybe I'm biased towards primes, but I don't know.
No, this is perfect as is. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for tacitly agreeing with all of my opinions today.
Yeah.
Same goes for you too.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
didn't see the
Yes,
chat,
ma'am.
So.
Yeah.
Well, this has been Polygon's Tier Pressure. Thank you for tuning in. Make sure to subscribe to us on Twitch and follow us on YouTube and TikTok as well. We are at Polygon in both of those places and at polygon.com, all written out like it's a word, on Instagram. I've been Simone de Rochefort, joined by my wonderful colleagues who couldn't also choose to say their names. I don't know why I chose to say my full name just then. Just as we're wrapping up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tara Long.
Clayton, Ashley.
Tina Bot.
Fun.
Thank you, Tina Bot, for your service. Thank you, Patrick Gill, for your service.
Yeah.
Also, Studios for service.
Thank you, Studios, so much for helping us set up this stream. We'll be back here again on Twitch. I'm not sure when, but stay tuned for more fun. And thank you for joining, and thank you for sorting letters for us. It was really helpful.
Go Evens.
I play a lot of sci-fi games.